Good morning, everyone. We are going to start in 5 minutes, so get your last cup of coffee and your pastry and find your seat. I hope you've noticed that I've created a dummy row because I know no one sits in the front. But you don't have to sit all the way in the back either. It's nice to be together. Anyway, 5 minutes. I tricked you, right? Because if that wasn't there, you would be sitting one back further.
Good morning. Too loud? Sorry. I won't hold it right here. How about that?
No, it's actually good if it's not.
Okay. I'm supposed to say good morning and welcome to the people on YouTube as well. So good morning out there. We have heaters on. I'm just going to say this before we start. They will go on and off. We might cut them off if you can't hear the speakers. If you get cold, please just tell us. We can click them back on, okay? And we can turn the mics up, right? Thank you, guys. All right, let's get started. Good morning. We are all here today because we care about ourselves, each other, our community, and our lived experiences. We share a common passion, and as the executive director of the Clay Studio, I want to extend a warm welcome and thank you for dedicating your time today to be with us and for your interest in the theme Clay is Care. This program is made possible by the generous support of the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage and the hard work and dedication of our amazing staff. I want to congratulate Jennifer Zwilling for all her success and leadership of this project. I know how hard she's worked and the rest of the team to make this all possible. Jennifer, you should be very proud. Thank you. At the Clay Studio, we often discuss the transformative power of clay, a belief central to our mission, that ceramics art can be a force for good. As a team, we are united in our commitment to making ceramic art accessible to as many people as possible, believing our work contributes to a better world. It brings me immense joy to see so many people connecting with a material that I deeply resonate with. In my own artistic practice, clay has a powerful way of calming the internal and external noise, drawing my focus inward and helping me feel grounded. It is a great privilege to support others in this pursuit through our programming. Over the years, we have frequently heard people describe the Clay Studio as their happy place, and working with clay as something that supports their mental health. For the first time, we're excited to explore this idea directly. Clay as Care represents our most ambitious and experimental exhibition to date. We are thrilled to extend our experience of clay as a vehicle for care, not only to those in our classrooms and studios, but also to everyone who visits the gallery. I hope you enjoyed today's programming and have a chance to spend some time exploring the exhibition. On behalf of the Board of Directors, I welcome you to our home. Thank you again for caring and joining us today.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, I'm the second of 3 Jennifers you'll hear from in a row. I think I have this here. I'm Jennifer Zwilling. I am the curator and director of artistic programs here at the Clay Studio, and I'd like to begin by saying that we recognize that the Clay Studio stands on the indigenous territory known as Lenapehoking, the traditional homelands of the Lenni Lenape people. We would like to take a moment to reflect on the role of the Lenape as the past, present, and future stewards of the land, and the role of all of us to join in their tradition of respect and caring for the land and each other. So even in that, we talk about caring. And then, as I often do, as we do at the Clay Studio now, since the pandemic, I want to start with a moment of joy, which we don't have time for everyone to share their moments of joy out loud, but if everyone will just take a moment, close your eyes or take a deep breath and think about something this morning that brought you joy, some beauty that you saw, something that made you smile, and just hold that joyful feeling in your mind for a moment. Okay, now try not to cry with the fact that you're all closing your eyes, looking so calm. It's lovely. We're going to go from the sublime to the ridiculous. Housekeeping. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you to those of you who are watching online. If you haven't been here before, the bathrooms are down the hall on the way to the gallery. There's food for you to enjoy. Please get up anytime you need to stand up. You can walk to the back. You can do whatever you want. We want you to be comfortable. We are going to, hopefully you all have a program, and it has the schedule on the back. So we're going to be having 2 artist talks and then a panel with our research partners, which we're very excited about. During lunch, there's going to be a hand-building activity back on the tables so that you can all have the experience of touching clay. Nicole Pollard, our co-curator, is going to lead us in a bit of a stretch after lunch. More artist talks, and then Nicole is going to gather all of the 4 artists and have a conversation before our break and our keynote with Tricia Hersey, which we're all really excited about. So let us know if you have any questions. There are plenty of staff if you need help with something. So at the Clay Studio, we feel that care is at the center of working in clay and community. In 2018, when we had decided that we were going to build our new building on this land where we are right now, we did a few things. We had a lot of conversations about how we could do this in a respectful way. We talked together about how to be a positive force in the obvious gentrification that's happening in this neighborhood, and we decided to ask to be welcomed. So we created 2 different programs with the neighbors in this area, Clay and Conversations and Maker Days. Clay and Conversations was a program that we gathered 40 people. A couple of you are in the audience right now. Several are still part of our exhibition council. We met 4 times. We were able, through a grant from the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage, to pay people to be there and help us think through our process, to pay for childcare, to pay for food, and to pay for teachers and lead artists to come and help us through creating a clay project while we were talking. So we asked people 4 questions. What do you love about your neighborhood? What are your hopes for the future of the neighborhood? What are your fears for the future? And how can the clay studio help? We had a gut feeling that if we paired these conversations with clay making activities, we might get deeper answers. We might create more meaningful relationships. Happily, our hunch was correct. So we had really wonderful conversations with people. We listened. We did our best to respond and to act on the things that they asked us for. And I think that we succeeded because many of those people are still active members of our community, and we have, since that time, continued to think about the answers they gave us. And what they said was they wanted to feel welcome in the building, they wanted to have relevant artwork, relevant to their lives, and they wanted to have programming that was free or available to them. We've tried to do all of those things since then. But that hunch was something that we've always thought about. Anyone who's worked in clay, as Jennifer said, has that sense that it has healing characteristics. You're touching earth, you're molding something. In this crazy world we're living in, you're doing something where you have agency. So when we decided to try to incorporate that idea into an exhibition, we thought, well, who else can we bring into the conversation? And many of these conversations were between Josie Bockelman and myself, who's an amazing thinking partner for exhibitions, as well as Jennifer Martin and all of our other staff members. So we decided that one thing that we've really never done is asked for the scientific research. People are out there thinking about what art does to help us psychologically, neurologically, physiologically, and we thought of partners that could help us think through what is actually happening when we're working with clay. I haven't had my dream yet, which is to hook someone up to an fMRI while they're throwing on the wheel, but we're gonna get there eventually. Josie tells me science is slow and we just need to be patient. So we asked the neuroaesthetics lab at Penn, we asked people at Jefferson and Drexel in the art therapy departments. They came together and started talking with us. Josie and I were doing research and we found an amazing person that was already doing work like this, Nicole Pollard. We went to visit her exhibition, Supine Horizons, which was, and I hope I'm speaking correctly, but it was supposed to bring people in and help us rest, help us take time and care for ourselves through an experience with art. So Josie and I went to visit, and I was sort of in the middle of, crazy life, and I thought, I'm never gonna be able to just sit down and rest and not worry about anything and actually relax. I'm not good at meditating and things like that. I went into Nicole's design space, I sat down on this beanbag chair, and the whole world just fell away for 20 minutes. And it was such an amazing experience. We asked Nicole to be the co-curator for this show because that was part of what we wanted our visitors for Clay as Care to experience. Happily, she said yes and has been a wonderful partner since then. Of course, it's an art exhibition, so we turned to thinking about which artists we wanted to invite. Jennifer Ling Datchuk has been making art about many things, including her journey with infertility, which is something that I struggled with, and so I sort of have an immediate connection to that work. And it is both about care and caring for yourself, and also has aspects of thinking about physical, medical procedures and dealing with the healthcare system. So that felt really important to bring in. So we were really excited that Jennifer said yes to join us. Ehren is a veteran of the 1991 Iraq War and has been making cups since he became a ceramicist after the war. using his GI Bill money, and he'll say, I just make cups. But it's so much more than that, and has obviously been a balm for himself and for every single person who he throws on the wheel with or who picks up one of his cups. And so we're very lucky that Ehren said yes. Adebunmi Gbadebo was at the time a resident artist at the Clay Studio. She had come to us after visiting the plantation in South Carolina where her family, her ancestors had been enslaved. She hadn't worked with clay before. She was a painter, a printmaker, a paper maker, but she had a visceral reaction to the red dirt. So she brought it back to Philadelphia. Well, she was living in Newark at the time. She brought it back in bins, and she came to us and said, can someone help me turn this into usable material for art making? And we had a resident at the time who was using wild clay, who taught her how to do that. She started making ceramics, and within a year had her work in a show at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. She talks about the fact that she is using this material that literally contains the DNA of her ancestors, and that working with it, making it into art, is a healing process for herself and her ancestors. And then Maia Chao came to us with the idea that we wanted someone who hadn't really worked with clay that much before, but could come and help us communicate the feeling of working with clay to the audience. So Maia has done amazing work with all kinds of ideas around sometimes the healthcare system, sometimes the ideas of attention. She's an installation artist, a performance artist, a filmmaker, and so she made the beautiful film that you see when you walk in that is just absolutely mesmerizing. Every time I open the door and look in the gallery, I just feel so lucky that we have her work with us. So thank you to Maia. Those are the artists, and then the science partners, and then of course our council members, who are the people we had done those projects with initially, have really helped us to think about, ideas that we hadn't really thought about before. We talked about the fact that there are these really heavy topics in the gallery. Do we need to let people know when they walk in that might happen, that they might experience something kind of tough? And we went back and forth, and then we came up with the idea of tissue boxes. Seems so simple, but if there's a tissue box, you're sort of cued that something might make you need the tissue box, but you're not being given sort of like a trigger warning that could actually be worse than anything else. And then you have the care of the place that's offering you a tissue if you need it. So that was really important. We were also really excited about this symposium, and we wanted to honor the fact that a lot of these ideas have been thought about by Black women who are forefronting the idea of rest as resistance. So we were very lucky when Tricia Hersey, who's going to be our keynote speaker later, agreed to come today. We got to talk to her a little bit last night, and I think we're all just going to be having a real strong moment of joy when she speaks to us later today. So that's very exciting, and we'll say more about that later. I feel like I'm teaching. I want to ask, does anyone have any questions? All right, so that is the overview of the show, and now I just want to say thank you to everyone, and you're going to have to bear with me, but it's so important that our exhibitions at the Clay Studio happen because of the work of every single person in the building, all of our supporters, all of you who are sitting here. And actually, that's before I say my general thank yous. I want to say that each of you in the audience represents the final element of the project. We've kept the audience experience at the center of our planning. After all, what is an exhibition except a place to provide the audience with a meaningful experience with art? Seeing people spending time sitting in the artwork, experiencing the feel of clay for themselves, and relaxing on the sofas has been my moment of joy for the last few weeks. So, gotta get to my acknowledgements. One person you won't see on the stage today is Josie Bockelman, our deputy director, but I want to make sure everyone knows how integral she is to the project, everything here at the Clay Studio. She leads with her heart and is one of the most caring people I know. She and I began talking about how we might unite art about care with a sense of care for the visitor in the gallery from the beginning. Jennifer Martin, our executive director, is an incredible leader and has supported and contributed to the conversation all along. Tracy Siegel, director of development, helped us shape this into a grant that would allow the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage to give us a very generous funding to execute. Nicole Pollard, co-curator, inspired us before she was even part of the project. We feel lucky that she agreed to work with us to help craft this exhibition into the beautiful thing it has become. Her deep thinking about how to communicate rest and care to every audience member, her thoughtfulness about the artist's work, and her partnership in artist visits, and our many, many planning meetings have produced Clea's Care as you see it in the gallery. There are a lot of links to different sofas. If anyone is doing sofa research for themselves, let me know and I'll just share them all with you. We are incredibly grateful for her partnership and feel enriched by the experience of working with her. Trinity Dubois, exhibition project coordinator, joined the team to keep the project's administrative aspects running and has done so much more, including bringing their excellent creativity and thoughtfulness. Chase Pendleton, development manager, helped to write the grants. Emily Wallace, communications manager, did her usual fantastic job of creating a visual language to communicate the show's ideas and designed the publication, and the title treatment, all the things you're gonna see, including these little cards that you can get in the gallery, which have stickers inside them. This is a textured sticker that is meant to help you meditate, since I need all the help I can get. So you can put that on your water bottle. They're available in the gallery. Madeline Johnson supported the robust marketing and social media program along with Karen Senkis. Lily Friedman, Drexel Graphic Design Co-op, has lent great support. Charity Thaxton, Operations and Finance Manager, I got your title correct, Charity, and Nikki Sang have kept our finances in order. Ken Beidler, Facilities and Artist Services Manager, is incredibly skilled at art handling and installation, problem solving, and creative support, along with Ivan Resnick. Facilities Assistant. Gallery staff, led by Naima Stith, include Jay Belinsky, Ben Fedosky. They support us, welcome you into the gallery every day. Darian Smith, Events Coordinator, who is here today. Thank you, Darian. Always does a fantastic job. Corinne Kula, School Manager. Studio Technicians, Paul Serena, Carly Kennedy, Josephine Meta Larson, and Ari Zaro have worked to ensure that Ehren's cups and our community works in the show are fired and beautiful. We had lots of outside support, including from Mark Weber, who is a superhero problem solver, and the gallery looks as beautiful as it does, largely thanks to him. Finally, I'm gonna thank, again, the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage, without whose support we could not have done this. And again, thank you to all of you. So busy talking, I didn't show you my slides. This is what the gallery looks like. For those of you who are not able to come in person, you'll get more glimpses of it as the day goes on. But there we go. Also, thanks to Jennifer for letting us use this beautiful photograph in like every place imaginable, including subway advertising signs here in Philadelphia. So there you go. Okay. Boop. Speaking of whom, Jennifer. Jennifer Ling Datchuk is an artist born in Warren, Ohio, and raised in Brooklyn, New York. She is an assistant professor of art in the ceramics department at Arizona State University and maintains a studio practice in Phoenix. Datchuk earned an MFA in artisanry from the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth and a BFA in crafts from Kent State. She was awarded residencies in various places across the globe, including the Künstlerhaus Bethanien in Berlin, the Pottery Workshop in Jingdezhen, China, the European Ceramic Work Center in the Netherlands, and many more. In 2017, she received the Emerging Voices Award from the American Craft Council, and in 2020, she was named a United States Artist Fellow in Craft. Her work is in the permanent collections of many museums around the world. Jennifer, we would love for you to come up and tell us about your work. And again, 3 Jennifers in a row.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, I'm the third Jennifer to present this morning. Lovely to be here with y'all. Through this short presentation, I'm going to show you the world that I build. This photograph of my parents is a major source and inspiration for my work. Here, my father literally doesn't fit in the photograph, and most likely the photographer of this image felt like he didn't fit in or belong as well. I make work about being half or both, the multiplication and division of my identity. I live with the constant question of what are you? Where my cousins who are full Chinese are constantly asked, where are you from? They are treated as perpetual foreigners, but I am treated as an object that demands everyone's authentication. I feel like since growing up half or both in the early 90s and 2000s, I didn't see many people that looked like me or shared my story. And I found that hair salons and nail salons became my sites of sisterhood and camaraderie. But it also becomes sites of where appropriation happens when we talk about beauty and adornment. That I think a lot about when I look in the mirror and that confrontation of your one self, like who am I meeting in this moment? And I want everyone to look in the mirror and appreciate the strength they carried from their ancestors. And I think a lot from my conversations with my elders of where do we heal, where do we go to grieve, and how do we heal through this harm? And that things that once harmed us can now heal us. I love ceramics. I love the history of ceramics. I can super geek out on porcelain, blue and white, adornment and decoration. And I've traveled to Jindajan, China many times. And I love going to ghost markets, which translates to antique markets. But I do believe the objects in our lives continue to haunt us. And that these are broken blue and white bowls, and each one tells a unique and different story. And then I love that these broken shards are both priceless and worthless at the same time. And I think we all are made up of a little bit of brokenness, and that we carry that with us everywhere we go. Sometimes it feels heavy, sometimes it feels sharp, it's fragile, and that we can all find beauty in the broken. A lot of my work deals with the idea of waiting. A lot of it embodies the cycles within our own bodies, that 2-week wait between ovulation and menstruation. That I thought a lot about the 2-week wait during COVID. It was the time of quarantine, the first initial quarantine. But so much of this and my work deals with the phases of the moon and the moon that lives within our own body. That the 15 years I lived in Texas, I had 3 miscarriages under 3 different Texas abortion ban laws, which each one had a different time of wait, where I was required to go through many different ultrasounds before I was allowed to receive the care to allow my body to process very much wanted pregnancies. In my work, I think about the stories that are often silenced, historically suppressed, and whose stories need to be shouted and told really loudly. I think about the fragility of our voices and that they can sometimes feel indelible like freckles. They can be fragile like eggshells, and they can be heavy like stone. That when I did my residency at the Kohler Toilet Factory in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, that was the summer in which the Supreme Court denied our rights when Roe fell. And I think a lot about these megaphones I made in honor of shouting our voices. That when one day when people research my work or they research the archive of Kohler and the artists that have been there, that they will find this piece that Roe is precedent, and they lied under oath, and that they will remember that a woman's body was in the factory that day. I think a lot about the stories that I carry, and in this performance piece, Tame, outside hands reach and pull my hair back. And as I move forward and struggle to carry the weight of this world with me, I carry a basket of figurines that shake and clang and hit and make noises, and they represent the communities I carry forward. My Neck, My Back, Babies is a series of work about labor. I come from a long line of service industry Asians. My family gutted fish, washed and sewed and hemmed clothes, watched and raised other people's children so that others can live with comfort, care, and ease in their lives. The piece on the left is export wear, so made in China for an outside audience, but based off of historical Chinese forms of pillows. So hard ceramic pillows to prop your neck up at night to protect your hairstyle. And these were often for women of a certain social class or standing in which an uncomfortable form of rest, so you had perfectly coiffed hair so you can navigate the circles you live in. My babies all have objects on them, from peach pits to sewing needle thimbles, little blue and white pots piled on top their heavy backs. That Hustlers title borrows from the most epic, greatest movie of all time, starring J-Lo and Constance Wu, and it's based off of the true story of dancers who conned Wall Street, but that's because Wall Street was conning us. So my babies rotate on a turntable in this like golden disco ball stage. And like really too, it's a giant Lazy Susan. And I think about the etymology of the word Lazy Susan and how we have slighted women's labor from day one. When turntables are the most amazing things, if you've been to dim sum, they serve large groups of people, they actually work really hard for us. And so much of my practice was exploring the history of blue and white and the global migrations of blue and white and porcelain. And then at a certain point, my practice really shifted to the color red. We have lived so violently with the color red the past few years, but red to me, growing up in a Chinese household, was such a symbolism of luck and good fortune. Thick is where starts my series of synthetic human hair installations that divide spaces. And I think a lot about the thresholds we cross daily and a lot of the metaphorical thresholds. So this red curtain very much mirrors a red velvet curtain that a performer waits behind a stage with an unknown audience on the other side. So I think about those transitions from going from girlhood to womanhood and how those get taken away from us so soon in life, of being a woman and walking into all male spaces, or being a person of color and walking into all white spaces. What can we do to help each other and arm each other along the way? So I started collecting affirmations, and this is like one of my most favorite things to talk to people about, or what are the things you say to yourself to keep you going. And I adorn them on beads, and then they get threaded on these curtains so that when you pass through, you read the affirmation to help you through to the next stage. They become regionally specific. So when I lived in San Antonio, one that I got all the time was "You got ganas," which loosely translates to "you got balls," but often said "woman to woman," which feels much more, I like that much more better. To my personal favorite one, which came from someone in Finland, and that is "one potato at a time." One from Germany, which is "only a sausage has two ends." You have to think about it, right? To one that an 8-year-old boy wrote, and that was "be the boss of your own body." And I love that this young boy was being taught consent at a very early age. I also love in this installation, someone wrote "fly eagles." So Philly, you really represented in this. That I'm interested in creating these spaces for the hard and difficult conversations to happen. Babe cave comes from the idea of the man cave. I hate man caves because I believe that men do not need protective spaces within shared domestic spaces. They should share the labor within the home. And so Babe cave is my version of that space, with a decorated blue and white table where I collaborated with a table factory in Jindajian, China, where I stayed with this family for 3 days, where the husbands throw in tandem to make the tabletop and their wives decorate while their children ran around me the whole time. And this is where I think about my visual vocabulary and the language I want to use to communicate in the world. The uterus, which I love, that I see on t-shirts and bumper stickers. I just wish people understood how it worked. The Venus of Willendorf, who I feel like is like the most epic pop culture now icon in this world. The peach, because it's a symbol of longevity in Chinese culture. My peach is cut in half because I've given you the best juicy parts of me, and now I'm just drying up. And the chrysanthemum, which is a flower that survives the first frost of the season. And around it is a adorned with affirmations that I've been collecting. So girl, you can. Let go of preciousness, which is so hard sometimes in ceramics. It's okay, you can make another one. There will be pain because we can't deny that this will be easy. And please share me the truth before you share the flowers. And that what other forms of protection can we have? And I even saw this traveling throughout the Netherlands, where there were these beautiful blue and white garnitures, a set or series of pots of similar designs and aesthetics, resting high on top of cabinets. I wanted so badly to see the beauty of them, but they were always out of reach and far away. And I thought, what a wonderful way to live in this world, to sit up above high and look down on us. And I think a lot about how my ancestors do the same for me every day. Ache Like a Woman is a garniture adorned with fertility figurines. And Break Like a Girl is adorned with the Powder Puff Girls. Truly the most amazing cartoon where these young girls are fighting evil, and evil has no person, place, or thing. It's just evil. And Break Like a Girl and Ache Like a Woman comes from the Bob Dylan song, but I much prefer the Nina Simone version instead. And that when you walk underneath them, you can see either their anatomy or their underwear, and it's also to remind you, you can look, but don't stare too much. And that so much of what I make and I do and I research and I look at as I think about the things that I was taught. I used to think any form of Asian representation was good enough, and then I realized I had to go through a really big cultural unlearning. Love yourself long time is my neon sign based off of the expression me love you long time, which is in the Stanley Kubrick movie Full Metal Jacket, where a group of Vietnamese sex workers approach American soldiers. And then lived famously through the Two Live Crew song, which I sang and thought it was the best thing in the entire world until I learned how much it perpetuates harm. That even myself, who is half or both, that I am often recognized as full when an Asian slur is hurled at me. And that so many times Asian women experience racism, they also experience sexism and misogyny at the same time. So this sign was a way for me to reclaim that statement and to love yourself a long time, because how the hell can we love ourselves if you can't love everybody else? You know, that RuPaul saying, which is amazing, and I think I just messed up. But yes. And then we come to Barely Showing, which it's been such an honor to work on this piece. We had started this conversation years ago, and I felt like it became so many versions, and that part of my work, I do believe the personal is political, and that so much of what women we do is we share in secret and silence, but we don't publicly talk about. And that was something I experienced the first miscarriage. You don't know what to do with it or where to place it, and you don't tell anyone because you feel such shame. The second one, you tell people and everyone rallies around you. The third one, I felt like everyone's like, why are you still doing this to yourself? And it's, what do you do with those broken pieces? And Barely Showing is an expression that many pregnant people hear. It is almost like a celebration of how, oh, you haven't gotten that big, or, oh, then you receive the opposite of, are you sure there's only one in there? As though you don't know your own body or the path. The pregnant body is very political. It's visibly political. And that I talk about this in my daily life, but I've never fully made work where this is the first layer or topic. And that when I was making this, I was pregnant. And then when I was making this, I didn't know if I wanted to make work about this pregnancy, because I wasn't sure until I was about 35 weeks that this was really going to happen. And that Ocean was born, our son Ocean was born April 30th while I was still finishing this work, because so much of this was processing, what does this mean? And so my white synthetic hair curtain very much mirrors the kind of the waiting room in a hospital with that curtain in between. You are met with two crib mattresses. It's funny how when you say you're having a baby, these things like show up in your life. And that when you sit on this mattress, on the other side, as you lay, there is a sagger. A sagar is a really rough ceramic bowl, often made as a junk bowl to protect a delicate porcelain bowl on the inside. And many times throughout China, they would describe the sagar to me as mother and child. And I've known this for like 2 decades, and it never really clicked to me that I am a sagar for this precious being that took so hard to have in this world. And that underneath the mattress are broken blue and white shards from a big pot factory in Jindajin, China. And the reason why they had to be from there is because these pots are taller than me. They're thick. They feel like slabs of meat, of skin. They're all heavy. They're sharp. They're piercing. I loved the way the points of these large shards almost mirrored like that tension of when that needle from IVF would touch your skin, that almost moment before that prick happens. And that I hope when you come to this space, don't be intimidated by its whiteness. I don't care if those sheets get dirty, that you can come and sit and have a moment of pause and reflection on the grief and traumas that we carry, and that it's okay. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Jennifer. I will say what a privilege it was to have our studio visit with Jennifer right before she had Ocean, and to be talking about all of this and the process, and the fact that she welcomed us into her studio at that incredible moment when, she had other things to worry about and think about was really lovely. So thank you, Jennifer. Okay, Maia Chao. There she is. Hi, Maia. Sorry. Maia Chao is an artist who works collaboratively in social practice, film, and performance. She is co-creator of the social practice project Look at Art, Get Paid. Chao has created commissioned works for the Hirshhorn Museum and Sculpture Garden, The Shed, Tufts University Art Galleries. Her work has been presented at the Bronx Museum, RISD Museum, Co-CuratorsJennifer Gallery, and Mural Arts Philadelphia. She has completed fellowships and residencies from the Fine Arts Work Center, Pioneer Works, and Queer Art. She was named a Pew Fellow by the Pew Center for Arts and Heritage in 2022. Currently, Chao is the public artist in residence at the Times Square Alliance. She has upcoming collaborative exhibitions at the Boston Center for Arts and Oregon Contemporary. Based in Philadelphia, Chao is a member of the Vox Populi Gallery, a local art collective, and DIY Space. She's taught at RISD, the University of Pennsylvania, Moore College of Art, and is currently a faculty member at the Maryland Institute College of Art. Welcome, Maia.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Jennifer's running to get my notes, which I thought would be on the screen, but I will stall. Luckily, I have just an introduction on here. So I explore sites of institutional contradiction or failure, as well as objects of collective disenchantment. So that includes discarded employee manuals at the dump, my parents' hoarded belongings, museums and their barriers to entry, and overlooked art in doctors' offices. And I am motivated by the fact, kind of this observation, that economic reality offers vanishingly few opportunities to live, consume, and work without participating in interlocking systems of exploitation and oppression. And this morally injures us. We are compelled to act in ways that betray our consciences and spirits. And my work reveals a need to reckon with the deep contradictions of modern life as social, environmental, and political crises deepen, and increasing privatization threatens the possibility of collectivity. I'm curious about the affective experience of moral injury and the suspended feelings of dread, melancholy, grief. and overwhelm that it produces. And I often explore systems of value and the thresholds at which they collapse. So how meaning is constructed and how it unravels. So I'm often probing the meaningless and the meaningful, which often leads to moments of absurdity. And I tend to work with different scales of institutions in my work. And so that includes museums, recycling centers, doctors' offices, even my family. And I'm really interested in kind of oscillating between these micro and macro levels of the institution. So I became interested, and I think this was what Nicole, the project Nicole was aware of when we connected, in specifically institutions of care and spaces of waiting. And I'm now improvising here, recalling my notes. But I especially I was dealing with a lot of chronic pain, and I spent at one point a 3-hour wait in a waiting room where I eventually left before seeing the doctor because I had other things to do in my day, and that including paid work. And so I was sitting for 3 hours and kind of chasing all these referrals from Medicaid, and I realized I was just staring at this landscape painting in this waiting room, and I realized that this was perhaps the longest time I had contemplated a single painting. And I love art, and I love museums, and I'm very interested in who goes to museums and what the conditions of viewing art are. And I became interested in the art in waiting rooms. And I was thinking, who made it? How was it chosen? What is the role of art while you wait or receive treatment? And what would happen if this artwork returned to or made its way for the first time to an art gallery? So what you see here is a series of interventions into the waiting room. So a picture of health presents artwork borrowed from offices of 27 healthcare providers in the Philadelphia area. And maybe I'll actually fast forward to that. The project stems from an ongoing interest in conceptions of art and its value in non-art settings. And in each participating office, I've installed a color field painting to the exact dimensions of the work on loan. And so what you see here is one section of the 27 artworks on view, contributed by 27 doctors' offices from the Philadelphia area. And I also made this aesthetic intervention. So where the artwork usually hung, I hung a minimalist placeholder that drew attention to what was missing and to the decorative choices of the space. And whereas typical representational artworks serve as portals into another space, these minimalist paintings announce themselves as flat, planar objects. They don't aim to transport or transcend. They just are in the here and now of a waiting room. And I was especially thinking about who has to wait, under what conditions, and for what services. And so this was the exhibition at Vox Populi Gallery. So it was kind of a multi-sited exhibition across these 27 offices and a shadow exhibition to the one you see on the screen. And using kind of this starting point, I had made that piece in 2021 and then had a residency at Recycled Artist in Residency, which is here in Philadelphia at an operating waste and demolition recycling center. And I'll give you the context of this work and then hone in on one particular part that connects to the waiting room. And so this project is using discarded artifacts as scripts. So waste scenes stages and rehearses the found material that we basically rummaged through the piles of the dump to find all these different books and media that had been thrown out. And my collaborator, Fred Schmidt-Arenales, and I were interested in reanimating some of those materials we found as scripts for performances. So we brought in actors and opera singers to interpret the texts that we were finding in the dump. And we were also digitizing the second channel there. So you see there's the projection is all the footage we collected. And then the second channel on that CRT television, the old tube television, which I can actually, the sofa links, I can actually contribute some TV links. CRT televisions are best found on Facebook Marketplace. Although several people, we had some challenges transporting some of them. They're really heavy. But basically the CRT television features footage that we digitized from the dump. So there were VHS tapes and cassette tapes and various media. And we used that as kind of this supplemental commentary to what we were seeing against the waste it produced. And not only was this the physical waste, but ideologies of waste. Kind of these, we were finding a lot of kind of textbooks or inspirational books for self-care, but also for this kind of infinite growth and production that we saw in neoliberal ideology in the 90s and early aughts. And one of the things that was really poignant was the fact that entire rooms alongside all of this, entire rooms and institutions were disposing of their furniture and contents. And so I set up this waiting room and discovered that, there was an opportunity between the found material, which featured a video from a de-escalation tape where a patient in a waiting room is getting really frustrated by the wait. And it felt like an opportunity to speak to these systems of care in relation to kind of the anger and violence that emerges in that tape. So I will show you if this, this is a video. I wonder if I can click play on it. Okay. This is an excerpt of the film. So it's a 40-minute film. And the video shows kind of the waiting room being destroyed in conjunction with this angry patient who is waiting to be seen. Should I? Just keep going. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So, yeah, I guess then I'll just explain that in that piece, the general gist of what's happening there is kind of this, like, the patient, as he's getting more and more frustrated, is kind of his emotions get expressed through this huge claw that comes in and crunches each chair in the waiting room, including, and then also the painting, the table, everything gets destroyed. Okay. And then this is a piece I worked on at the Hirshhorn Museum after that, where I was thinking, I think the thread here is care and the future, contending with loss, specifically thinking about conservation in art and the ways that conservation aims to suspend an artwork in time and kind of prevent the loss that is inevitable through agents of deterioration. And agents of deterioration is a term invented by art conservators as types of forces that cause objects to deteriorate. And there are 10 primary agents of deterioration: physical forces, thieves and vandals, fire, water, pests, pollutants, light, temperature, humidity, and custodial neglect. And we were struck by, especially that last one, custodial neglect, when thinking about extending an artwork's life into the future. It felt like a really interesting metaphor as well for what future we can even imagine and what kind of how we are custodians of this planet and what kind of future generations are inheriting. So it's a choral performance that responds to the museum's permanent collection. And it considers the role of the museum in preserving artwork for future generations and samples the language of art conservation in a meditation on permanence, loss, and the fragility of the future in times of ecological and political crisis. And so we worked with a group from the Children's Chorus of Washington, D.C. to create a sonic guided tour that leads museum visitors through the exhibition while performing a series of deteriorating choral pieces. And here is one excerpt from the libretto. Jane Henderson writes that the future is inherently uncertain, and yet our stewardship of art feels driven by a sense of moral imperative to serve it, even when that future may never arise. Henderson argues that the decision to keep is a political one. Okay, and that's another video, but you'll have to imagine these children singing throughout the museum a series of deteriorating choral pieces. And then my most recent project that I just did this past summer is called American Idol. It was debuted at Times Square Arts, and it meditates on the beauty and suffering of our contemporary condition: fractured attention, technomediation, sensory overload, and excess, magnified by the hyperreality of Times Square. Mirroring the 24/7 loop of the billboards and the pedestrian movements in the plazas below, the piece considers a world of repetition and copies of gestures and images. And I wanted to examine how this spectacle-driven environment homogenizes collective behavior and compels the constant performance of the self for the ever-present camera. In this feedback loop of image and enactment, one's experience gives way to its representation. The performance draws its choreography from the everyday movements of NYC tourists and the looping gestures of 3D figures animated in crowd simulation software used to model, manage, and control the flow of human movement through public space. And as you can see here, it really dissolves into a climactic chaos. And then there's Care and Clay, the invitation to come work on this exhibition. And this one you actually can see across in the gallery exhibition. I was just going to play it as I talked. But basically, I was really grateful to Nicole and Jennifer for reaching out to me and seeing this thread of care in my work, which I've never been in a clay or ceramic setting. And it offered an opportunity for me to, having thought about institutions and their relationships to care and our own kind of conditions that we're living in as we become more and more attached to our screens, and our attention spans become shorter and shorter. This invitation to contemplate clay as care was one of really slowing down. And I became interested in, I was able to take a clay class with Janina, a hand building class here, which was my first clay class. I can't say I would show you any of the works I made, but they did make some great gifts for my family. And I started to get interested in just the meditative process of working with clay, of listening to the material, the different phases of the process. And I was grateful to Jennifer for connecting me to Janina and Justin, as well as to a veterans workshop where veterans were learning to work with clay. And I wanted to capture the process that would really invite a slowing down in the gallery and de-emphasize the products that we're usually presented with in an exhibition, and really emphasize the process. And so I also had been wanting to work with the material of film, 16 millimeter film. I've typically worked with video, which has its own materiality, and when we think of server farms, but is often the kind of process where you can get endless amounts of footage, and then in post you really can whittle it all down. So there's a lot of waste and discards in that process. And I thought it would be interesting to work with the material form of 16 millimeter film to parallel the materiality of clay, and to create a different kind of editing process and filming process for myself, which was very much about focusing on what was needed and being sparing about what was shot. And that made the editing process a lot smoother, simpler. It felt like a more caring process in that sense. And I was really grateful to witness Justin's experience and approach to throwing on the wheel, and then Janina's approach to hand building and sculpting. And so those two different kind of tempos are depicted in the film. I would say Justin's is like actually just kind of magic happening in front of, I was so struck by how quickly it happened, but with such grounded, centered approach to the material. And then with Janina's approach, really this slow and methodical and thoughtful consideration of this figurative work that almost became a character in her studio, like a collaborator. And so the piece really is an attempt to capture and kind of create an ode to that process, and also offer an opportunity for visitors to simply meditate and bear witness to the time-based work of creating ceramics. So I think I will close there, and I'm just so grateful to be able to speak to you all today. Thank you.
Thank you for your grace in the face of those challenges. Thank you. And I'm sorry that the videos weren't available. I want to see if anyone has any questions about anything for our artists who have spoken so far. We're going to take a break in a minute. We're going to turn the heaters back on because it's getting a little chilly. We want to we want to make everyone feel cared for, but also have to be able to hear. So, any questions? Does anyone? I will give you the microphone if you want. Sometimes that helps. No? Okay. All right, we'll save your questions for the end then. Everyone take a break, and And if you can come back to your seats by 11:30, that would be amazing. And I'm getting pointed at. Click to the next slide, Trinity says. It says thank you. Sorry. Thanks, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm just going to ask you to find your seats again, and we'll start back up in about 2 minutes. Okay. Are people feeling warmer? A little warmer? That's good. That's great. Okay, welcome back. Thank you all for being here again, and to those of you who have just arrived. I think we're going to turn the heaters off, maybe. But can you hear me okay? Okay. So as I was mentioning in my remarks, we have been very lucky to have partners from science and therapy to, thank you, help us think through these ideas and to translate that gut feeling that we've had about clay into actionable things in our gallery and the collection of data that we can use going forward to inform our exhibition design. So we're very excited today to have 3 of our science partners and an amazing moderator to have a conversation about the ways that they think about art therapy, neuroaesthetics, and clay. So I'm going to first introduce Maiken Scott. I'm really excited, said yes to being our moderator today. Maiken Scott is the host and executive producer of WHYY's weekly health and science show, The Pulse. The Pulse explores stories about the people and places at the heart of health and science. Hosting a health and science show allows me to talk about everything. I'm quoting her right in front of her. It's very exciting. From baking a perfect dinner roll to freezing kidneys or finding a giant dinosaur. What else could a woman ask for? Maiken has covered behavioral health since 2008 and has hosted The Pulse since its launch in 2013. Before that, she produced several weekly radio shows for WHYY. Welcome, Maiken. Girija Kaimal is a professor in the PhD program in Creative Arts Therapies at Drexel University. In her Health Arts Learning and Evaluation Research Lab, she examines the physiological and psychological health outcomes of visual and narrative self-expression. She has published over 60 peer-reviewed papers and book chapters, has led research and evaluation studies, and has had continuous grant funding since 2008. Those of us who write grants know that that is very impressive. I like it. Her research has been featured by NPR, CNN, the New York Times, as well as a range of media outlets worldwide. She has among 100 women scientists leading research and also featured as one of the 10 people whose research changed the world. Most recently, she was awarded the first qualitative research grant for studying aging and demographic differences in Gulf War illness by the Department of Defense. Welcome, Girija. Eileen Cardillo is a cognitive neuroscientist and associate director of the Penn Center for Neuroaesthetics. She received her BS in biological psychology at the College of William and Mary and her doctorate in experimental psychology while a Rhodes Scholar at the University of Oxford. After completing her postdoctoral training at UC San Diego and the University of Pennsylvania, Eileen served as the patient coordinator for the focal lesion database at Penn Center for Cognitive Neuroscience. Her research investigates the cognitive and neural mechanisms supporting language comprehension with a particular focus on metaphor and neuropsychological studies of patient populations. Other areas of interest include verbal creativity, aesthetic preference, and the cognitive and neural changes associated with contemplative practice. Welcome, Eileen. And Rachel Brandoff is the former art therapy program coordinator for the master's program in art therapy and counseling at Jefferson University. Currently, she is the art therapy consultant at both Jefferson Health for Autism and Neurodiversity and the Jefferson Center for Immersive Arts for Health. Brandoff believes art therapy should be applied in healthcare settings to achieve optimal health outcomes and well-being. Welcome, Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me here. Good morning, everybody. We were going to start by introducing ourselves, but thank you, Jen. You did an amazing job, so now that's one thing that we don't have to do. Let's do something else instead. We heard a bit about the what it is you're doing and who you are. Tell me about the why. Why do you think this work is important? Let's start with you. What motivates you each day to do the work that you do?
I think the thing that most motivates me is knowing, both through my own personal experience, through my teaching and clinical work, and through research, that the arts really are healing, whether it's with clay or other medium, but specifically here we're focused on clay. You know, Jennifer was talking about sinking your hands into earth and molding it. There are extraordinary outcomes for people on an individual, personal level, and also collectively in community. So seeing that work, it's sort of hard to turn away and do anything else.
Yeah. How about you?
I guess I would say that what motivates me in my previous work with language and now with aesthetics is I'm passionately curious about human nature. And you know, our affinity for beauty and art making seems to be a species-defining quality. So I feel like understanding it better is a really apt way to better understand who we are and how we are in the world. And that's always kind of in the back of my head when I'm thinking about aesthetics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're trying to figure out, is this on?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Okay, excellent. So for me, I think of art making as an essential component of well-being. So just like diet and exercise are things that are essential to your body, I think of art making as essential to your mind and your soul, in a way. And as someone who's been a lifelong artist, you know, the role of art has changed in my life across, you know, over decades, from being something fun to do as a child to, you know, my profession as a designer to now being a researcher in art therapy. I see that as a sort of fundamental aspect of being human, and for me, it's been a fundamental aspect of my own mental health and well-being.
Let's talk a bit about these two separate, or what is often seen as a separate sphere, right? Art, science. And art is art, right? That's part of the thing, is like, we can't always know what makes it beautiful, what makes it wonderful, what speaks to us. And then here is science that is always looking for, well, what is it? What's the mechanism? How do we quantify this? How do we standardize it? How do we talk about it in a way that everybody can replicate it, right? So talk about some of the challenges in merging these two spheres. Do you want to start this time?
Yeah, sure. So I think it is definitely a challenge because I don't think our scientific tools have caught up yet with our creative and imaginative capacities. So what we are really measuring are parts and things that we can measure. You've heard that famous story of this drunk man looking under a lamppost for his lost key. And then you ask, oh, why are you looking here? Because this is where the light is, right? So, and in a way, I think our creative capacities are not really measurable. We can measure things like outcomes. So we do that in several of our studies. Okay, your reward pathway is activated. Your cortisol levels go down. Your mood by self-report has improved. But these are all aspects of the experience. There's so much we haven't yet captured. I think some of the tension is that we are capturing aspects of the experience and outcomes, not the entirety of it, including over time. There's a lot of insight and development that happens over time.
And maybe let me specify my question to you, because you work both in language and in science. And I think part of the challenge is to find precise language to document either our response to art itself, or to how we're feeling today, or how we're feeling when we engage in the process of art making. So what are some of the language models that you have come up with to document and to give people tools to perhaps accurately describe their reactions?
Okay, that's a fun one for me. I am a obsessive word nerd. Finding the right word for an experience is deeply pleasurable for me. And I think that bleeds into our work at the center that's shared by some of us, that although language is an inadequate tool in some ways, it does bring us closer to the ineffable. And we have developed a vocabulary for describing aesthetic impacts that we use in a lot of our research to create something measurable. And what we're hoping is that similar to how foodies might have a really refined vocabulary for what they're tasting, or wine snobs for what they're drinking, that when you can have a more precise language for your subjective experience, you get clearer on what's actually unfolding within you, and it can enhance your introspective process as well as your communicative capacity. So we are working with this vocabulary that we use in our studies. It's maybe rotating in one of the slides, I'm not sure, to see if that's the case, that giving people words for their experiences enhances their engagement and furthers their curiosity or inquiry.
So give me, before I go to you, give me a quick example of some of those words. You mentioned wine tasting, right? And you might see on a bottle of wine it says flinty tones. And I've never tasted flint, but I kind of know what they mean, you know, when they say hint of slate. I'm like, okay, never licked slate, but I get it, right? So give me some words.
Okay, so we have created basically a map of aesthetic experience. You can think of it as an emotional landscape that has territories. So you might have related emotions. Maybe you see something that makes you feel very offended, agitated, angry. That might be quite distant from an experience like you might have here at the Clay Studio, where you feel restored, nourished, calmed, soothed by your experience. And so we might invite our viewers in our studies to locate themselves in this map.
Okay. I think, getting back to your original question about how the art and science can even come together, let alone coexist, I mean, researchers like Eileen and Girija speaking, who are sort of blending the mix, are part of the solution. It used to be that art and science were very we're polarities, essentially. And now we have so many scientists who are artists and artists who are scientists and people that are driving forward in trying to better understand this, the phenomenon of what happens when we make art, when we experience art, when we immerse ourselves in art. And we're moving from, no, that's not quite it in terms of how we understand it, to we're getting closer.
Yeah. And let me start with you this time. What makes art therapy different from coming here and engaging in work with clay and knowing that that makes me feel good? So what is the distinctive factor in art therapy? What makes it therapy?
Really working with a trained therapist,
Yes,
who's a clinician who understands the psychology, the development, the neurological aspects, the impact of trauma, in addition to having training in art and media and how to approach the creative process is a distinguishing factor. Art experiences can be intensely therapeutic and should never be diminished. I mean, that's why we, put on a favorite song when we want to change our mood or uplift our mood or reflect our mood, or that's why we, hang a particular painting in our home because we want to see that every day, or we sit down with a coloring book or whatever kind of art you engage in your own home, or we knit. I mean, those can be transformative experiences. But it's different from engaging in the art making in a guided process with somebody who has a background in training as a therapist also.
So does it blend elements of talk therapy with art making? Is that perhaps how to describe it?
It certainly can. There are art therapists who engage more verbal content in their art sessions. A lot of that is going to depend on the needs and interests of the client, their background, what issues they're coming in with, and what needs to be worked on. In my work with clients, I've focused a lot on trauma, and even experiences with trauma and processing of trauma people can have varying needs for discussion around that, and that can rise at different points. So there are sometimes when just immersing in art can be the crux of the art therapy experience, but meaning making about that art is so important also.
Yeah, do you want to add a bit to that?
I like to use thank you, Rachel. I like to use a home improvement analogy for the difference between art making and art therapy. So if you think about, changing a light bulb in your house or painting a wall, those are things you can do yourself, right, for the most part. But if something breaks down with your plumbing or electric, you do need to get a professional, because you might actually end up doing more harm to the home by trying to fix things that you don't fully understand and that they are systems. So I think of art therapy as that seeking a professional to help you with challenges that might be beyond your capacity. And it's, for most of us, our electric and plumbing is not breaking down on a daily basis, I hope. But recognizing the different levels of care we need, when do we need self-care, when do we need professional care, I think that's part of the distinction to think through.
And Eileen, would you tell us about, you've done a study that was done with veterans, and they made masks of their faces, and talk a little bit about what you found in that study and how it was set up.
Okay, so this was a study that it's part of an ongoing collaboration between the PCFN and the National Intrepid Center of Excellence at Walter Reed Hospital. And in this study, we've published initial findings. Veterans with PTSD were involved in an art therapy intervention where they were invited to make self-portrait papier-mâché masks at the beginning of an 8-week art therapy intervention and again at the close of the intervention. Now, what you're seeing in the image are there masks before, at the start and at the close of the intervention? The top line is the start. What we did is then take these images of their really quite striking masks, and we had, I forget the number, but a large online sample of viewers looking at them totally blind to the conditions in which they were made. So they did not realize that they were looking at intervention effects or interest. And they rated the emotions that they saw in the masks. We actually had two conditions, what they saw in the mask and what they imagined in the maker. But the main finding was that even though they didn't know what was the pre and post, there were significant differences between the emotions communicated by the masks that you would expect for people going through the art therapeutic process. So the masks at the beginning were rated as expressive of more difficult emotions like anger, upset, and challenge. And the ones at the end of the intervention were rated as evoking more feelings associated with calm and pleasure. So kind of the fantasy data in our minds, although this is just an initial study, we weren't mapping these onto the clinical symptoms in the veterans. It was a way for us to use our tools to track that healing process. And we're really excited to now expand it and add some neural measures as well to better understand what's happening.
Who is a good candidate for art therapy? Or what are some conditions where art therapy seems to be really helpful?
So I think it's important to also recognize the history of when art therapy became a profession. So the arts are as old as human civilization. All communities around the world have developed their own creative, expressive practices. It's inherently human. But as a profession of mental health care, it really grew during and after World War II as a way to support veterans at that time who were going through what we would call shell shock, as well as children in special education settings. Both these populations struggled with verbalizing their experiences. So a good candidate for any of the creative arts therapies, art, music, dance, drama, poetry, is someone struggling with traditional expressive psychotherapies, where my colleague would say, an art therapist would say, helping people say the unsayable. So a good candidate is someone who's really struggling to verbalize in your traditional expressive ways. Rachel, if you want to add.
Yeah, I think that people who want to engage in therapy to work on whatever the issues they want to work on, art can provide a really great way for people who are ready to take some risks in a sort of healthy, measured context. Part of what people seek in therapy is a way of breaking out of patterns, doing something different in their life, whether we're talking about symptom management or managing past experiences or coping with current problems. People are looking to make a change. And when you are trying to make a change, you have to do things a little bit differently. So art therapy can be a really great tool for people who are sort of acknowledging that and ready to take a risk and do something a little bit differently. The idea that you have to be an artist to engage in art therapy is a myth. It is accessible to anybody who's willing to try. And that, I think, is really what being in therapy of any kind is about, is taking some risks and trying something new. Kind of acknowledging that whatever I've been doing isn't fully working for me and I need a different way, and maybe that could be the way.
Mm-hmm. Eileen, do you want to add to that? Or?
I'm going to ponder that one.
So Eileen, you told me about an experience you had yourself while going through this very exhibit and how it changed your thinking on some of the work that you do.
Yeah, this will be a bit unscripted and personal, but I think important for me as a scientist and illustrative of the value of our being in continuous dialogue with makers and in their spaces. So when I was doing the tour a week ago, I was, of course, quite curious, but I had my scientist hat on. So unconsciously, I think I was a bit emotionally defended against my experience. I didn't realize that. When I was at Ehren's exhibit and looking at the mugs, I was overcome with emotion, which took me quite by surprise. And perhaps it shouldn't. I'm a widow. My husband died 6 years ago from the toxic effects of burn pits in the Gulf. But as I said, I was in my professional mode. So I think this is one of the beauties of art, right? It can ambush us and take us to the places we don't realize we need to go. So after, and the thing that got me was a mug that said, "How are the children?" I'm a mother. And so I've been reflecting on it this week and found myself actually referring to our taxonomy of aesthetic emotions, trying to place myself and realize that, grief is multifaceted, it's complex, and there was a craving in me for more nuance and subtlety to what happened inside me. And what I appreciated this morning was that although I'd thought of that taxonomy as a measurement tool and maybe even as a guide for others to use to get clearer, a instrument for self-introspection or introspection, what I experienced was that tool came up for me as a way of caring for me in a difficult moment as I processed it this week. And I did not realize that, even though I have been thinking about this tool for years. I helped make it. And so I think it really speaks to how important it is for us as scientists to constantly be in conversation and in the shared spaces with makers. It keeps us humble, it keeps us agile. It's inspiring, and it helps us refine how we think. So I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm wondering if you can describe just a little bit more what finding the language did for you. How was that helpful?
Okay. So for those of you who are familiar with grief, it tends to come in waves, unannounced. So that part was familiar for me. But I was wondering, why did that mug about the children arrest me? And, I was invited by the experience to dig deeper into my grief process. And I used that map personally to realize that the art had the effect. And we have a cluster in there. I think we call it the enraptured cluster.
What is it called?
Enrapture. It has words like wonder and awe, but also transported and swept away. So, Ehren, your mug, it swept me away. It took me into an inner space that needed love and care and attention. And I also, in that map, I really did look at it. And maybe that's quite nerdy to you all, but that's what I did. And I thought about the compassion and the empathy that I am cultivating and constantly needing to renew for myself and my children. And all of that came from, unexpected encounter with his work. And does that help?
Yeah. No, it helps a lot because I was with you in that moment. We were going through the exhibit together and you just said, "Oh, sorry, that affected me." And then you moved on, right? So I had we often don't tell each other, obviously, we had just met, so it's not like we're gonna have a conversation.
I didn't have the words yet.
Exactly, but I think our instinctive reaction is to wave away, and wipe our face and get back to it, right? But then going deeper actually allows this understanding that I think that is what makes it therapeutic, is that we engage in the process, right? But we have to pay attention. And I think the language gives us a way to pay attention, which is also really beautiful. Any reaction to what we just heard?
Yeah, well, the thing that came up in my mind was, you're talking about we need to engage in the process, and that's the reason I love the video in there. When I first saw the exhibit, I thought, oh, a video? Why is that here? Although secretly I'm addicted to the clay videos in a loop of people throwing on the wheel. They're very mesmerizing. I'm sure I'm not alone. But watching the video, the thing I love about it is never seeing the finished product and just seeing that process. And Maia spoke really beautifully earlier about the process versus the product, which is something that art therapists talk a lot about, is, you know, what is more valuable, where are we putting our emphasis and our intention. And I frequently will tell my students and supervisees that, you know, in art, sometimes you get a process and sometimes you get a product, and rarely do you get both. And you should be lucky for either. I took my very first wheel throwing class earlier this year, and I will tell you, I have nothing to show from it, not a single piece. It was a 10-week course. In 10 weeks, I didn't fire or glaze a single piece, and it really upset me. Because initially I went in thinking, I'm gonna get a new coffee mug and a new yogurt bowl, and they're gonna be fabulous, and I'll use them every day. And it didn't happen, and I had to spend a lot of time with well, it was the process, and it was the process of learning something that I didn't master enough to even fire one thing.
You found your language, yes.
But what did I do during that process? What did I do sitting at the wheel for those 10 weeks, playing with the clay and, you know, trying to, and I signed up for the clay originally, I will tell you, because I thought, well, that push-pull of learning to balance clay, that'll be a good metaphor for my life. Art therapists love metaphors. And I'm still in it. I'm still working on the push-pull, so I think I need to sign up again.
Yes, make a bowl.
Oh, I love that. Thank you. And I think you're sort of hearing this from everyone today. To me, art is actually a shortcut to the person you're with, you're talking to. So in sessions, you might start with introductions, all the sort of shields that we hold in our society and our societal interactions. Once you start creating with someone, or you watch them in their creative process, you get straight to the heart of what makes them tick or what sets them off. And all the emotions are valuable, and they tell us about who we are and what we are going through. So I think, you know, sometimes we glaze over the unacceptable, difficult, negative, so-called negative emotions. But we are all of these things. We are our grief, we are our rage, we are our joy. And to me, I think the arts allow us that mirror. You know, you don't have to have all these shields and these defenses. You can just fully be yourself. And I think the exhibition invites that. And I think all of you in this room are here because you sort of sense that at some level, that it's real and raw and lets us really be who we are.
Talk a bit about how much the field has changed. So I've covered behavioral health for a long time, and in the beginning, art therapy was fringe. It really was considered to be sort of like, oh, that's cute that people are doing this little activity, right? But nobody was seriously studying it. You wouldn't see it in the halls of universities being actually studied. I don't think you would have seen it at the VA, like in the same way it's being practiced now. So how much have things changed, and how could that be helpful?
I think, you know, when I was a student in the late 90s, there was this constant thing like, oh, nobody takes us seriously. No, this is like a lifelong thing. I will say, you know, not a day goes by, even today, where I'm not explaining art therapy to someone, including the Uber driver at times. But I think it has become a lot less fringe for sure. So there, in the 2010s, the National Institutes of Health and the Department of Defense were amongst the first to fund research large-scale studies, more investment, creative forces, which is a combination of the VA, the Department of Defense, National Endowment for the Arts, are all investing in helping us better understand. So I think visibility has changed. I think awareness just changed. There are more programs preparing researchers in the creative arts therapies, including ours. So there is increased capacity to explain and understand processes. And I think COVID definitely helped. For better or for worse, awareness around mental health and the many different ways you can approach mental health care, including the creative arts therapies, were definitely, I would say, one of the more positive outcomes of the pandemic, where people are openly sharing their needs. And I will say our graduates, 100% employment within 6 months. Wow. It was never,
That's amazing.
Well, the World Health Organization just does say 1 in 3 of us will have a mental health care need. And there is increasing recognition for that. So, yeah, things have improved.
What kind of change have you seen?
I think that I started at Penn working with Anjan Chatterjee, the neurologist who founded the Penn Center for Neuroaesthetics in 2018. I started working with him 18 years ago as a postdoc. So I've had front row seats to the development of neuroaesthetics as a field. It's young, a subdiscipline of cognitive neuroscience, and it's really starting to come into its own and be in greater conversation with art therapy as a research field.
Could you explain real briefly what is neuroaesthetics?
Sure. Neuroaesthetics, I could say that we're guided by 2 overarching questions, which is what is the nature of aesthetic experience and why does it matter? So you can think of aesthetic experience encompasses engaging with art in its various formats or forms, but also everyday aesthetics. Why are we moved by nature? Why are we moved by beauty? How are we affected by the built environment and design of everyday objects? So it's really broad. The foundational questions, I think, are the necessary first step for the field, and now it's reaching a level of maturity where we can ask more applied questions. How does aesthetics benefit our health and well-being? How does art making benefit our health and well-being? So we can be in greater conversation with art therapy, which has been, steadily working on these questions from their own angle for maybe longer, and learn from each other.
I think a big change that I see is I've been an art therapist for almost 25 years, and when I came into the field, there was a lot of art therapists trying to sort of define and declare themselves, like, I'm an art therapist, therefore I am a professional with a position in this world. And I've seen a lot more merging of silos, which I think is really how we're going to make things happen in this world. And I think that's one of the things that's so amazing about this whole Clay Studio program and the reason I wanted to be involved. I went a year or 2 ago to a large arts and health conference in DC. It was hosted by Johns Hopkins University, and they brought together professionals in all different disciplines from all around the world. And there was art therapists there, and there was neuroscientists there, and there was architects and industrial designers and educators, and all of these people that believe in this kind of abstract idea of arts and health and arts and science merging. And everybody was very excited. And there was a lot of little projects being talked about here and there and sort of examples of what could happen. But by and large, there was a lot of, now what? Now we're all the buy-in. And I think the missing link sometimes is that boots on the ground organization in a community that does both represent the voice of the people and connect with the neighborhood. Jennifer was talking initially about the way, even in the founding of the Clay Studio's new building, they were surveying the neighborhood and incorporating the community into it, which makes an organization like this really well poised to bring in, whether it's visiting artists from other communities, whether it's scientists, whether it's researchers, and kind of amplify the work that's being done. And I think that's what's different today than in the past, and what's going to kind of lead the change moving forward so that we see more arts and science merging.
Do we have any questions from the audience? We have a little bit more time, so if anybody wants to ask a question, I can also come to you, or Jen, you will. Any questions? There's one.
I very much appreciate all the information. I'm hearing impaired, so I missed a lot of what you were saying, but I'm wondering, are there some active, realistic ways to engage inner city children who are now experiencing trauma and all kinds of atrocities in a very different way? Are there some programs to get that population of children involved in this much needed arena of mental health and just artistic expression?
I can pop in quickly just first to say that here at the Clay Studio, we have a free after-school program for the 3 elementary schools that are near us. And we have our Claymobile program that goes out and sees about 6,000, many students, but also adults in the city. But we are quick to say we are not art therapists. So we're bringing the art, which we feel is therapeutic, but now I'll pass it back to you all for more specifics.
And you have several of our students as interns. So there's ways to connect. There are several nonprofits in the city as well that are focused on youth arts and engaging youth in the therapeutic aspects of art, for sure. It's a need. It's a great need. I recognize your question.
Hi, my name's Margarita Hagan, and I have worked with youth advocates. They serve a lot of the north and northeast communities, and I've done it through the Center for the Emerging Visual Artists, but I've worked with, in that program, youth advocates is one, and also I've worked with Drexel's non-violence and social justice program for a number of years, where they have young men of color. They pick maybe 12 or 13 out of quite a few that apply. It's free to them, and they get certified in the name of it, I can't remember exactly the title, but to be able to go back into their own communities and bring about change from the inside, it's really inspiring, and maybe I can connect you with some more details after this. Yeah.
All right, we have a question in the back, and then one more. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. I just wanted to know, is art therapy helpful for people who might be in cognitive decline with Alzheimer's?
Absolutely.
Thank you for that question.
Absolutely. It depends what context you're talking about. There is home health care, of course. There's several ways to work both in group as well as individually to reduce apathy, to invite memories. So many of our memories are sensorial, visual, auditory. So absolutely.
I don't know of any public programs specifically for that, but I used to work as an art therapist in an assisted living memory care facility, specifically with people with Alzheimer's and dementia. And I do know that there are facilities who hire their own private art therapists, either full-time or part-time, to come in and facilitate individual or group care. There's also a growing movement to bring arts-based programming, both active and passive, into museum environments for memory care patients. And so that's something to consider.
Okay, there and then there, right? Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for this really wonderful discussion. My name's Alex. I am a neurologist at Penn. And I'm an artist. I'm a dancer and performing artist, and I have been for a long time, so this is a really great discussion. One thing to say is there is a program in Philadelphia called Arts Philly, ARTZ, that is specifically for people with cognitive decline dementia. It's a visual arts-based program. And my interest has been in recently more and more trying to bring more awareness to what programs are available in the Philadelphia area, whether they're arts therapy or community art programs. But I was curious if you could talk a little bit about being in the art therapy world and kind of in the intersection between health care and maybe community arts. What perhaps are the particular challenges of kind of crossing that territory, and what are the next steps maybe that are needed to get this to be more well recognized in your mind?
Crossing the territory between which?
Oh, medicine and arts, and getting the people on the medical side to sort of recognize and be aware that there are these options available to patients.
Do you want to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that I think that one of the best vehicles for helping people understand impact is by letting them experience it. So for years, I would go into Jefferson's medical school and run workshops for the doctors in training there. And they would come in and create and have an experience that would help them envision how art might be used in a different way, whether they identified as artists themselves or not. And I think, in some cases, it was a cute break from the everyday for them. And in some cases, it was transformative, and probably many other things in between. I think also that there is, while as an artist and an art therapist, I believe that the arts are just as important as any other life-saving medical process. I also know that if I'm on the operating room table, I do not want you bringing in an artist. So I think there's a benefit to acknowledging that we want to be in the room and have the discussion, and that we're coming at it with a different lens, and we can educate and inform, but that there is sort of a prioritization of treatment that happens, and there are times when medical care inherently is going to trump the needs of artistic care.
But there have been some interesting studies. One came out of Penn about the impact of beauty on healing. There was a study on people who were post-surgery and had different views out of their room. One view was very pretty and aesthetic, as my daughter would say, and other views were not aesthetic. And the people who had the better view actually had better results in their healing. So I think there is a recognition that the two things could play together, even in a very, quote, physical sense. Yeah, please.
Oh, I was just going to add to that. I think we need a multifaceted approach. So we're going to need well-designed, randomized controlled trials, ideally, to really shore up the evidence for art therapy, which is working, but it needs that sort of strength of evidence behind it for funding, I would assume. But also that it doesn't have to be a full-fledged art therapeutic intervention to benefit people's health and well-being. And so we also, a line of research that's looking at more passive engagement with aesthetic objects, whether it's art in your hospital room or in your homes, that it too has value that is measurable and replicable, so that with art therapy, one of the difficulties as a scientist is the complexity of the intervention. We aren't sure what all the different ingredients that come together to have the therapeutic effect. So another tact is to take a simpler intervention that may not be quite as impactful, but nonetheless is helping people, and bring those two strands of research together.
Right. Let's take one last question.
Yeah, and actually, I'm just going to say one little thing about that, which is that social prescribing is something that I've been reading a lot about, and that is literally doctors prescribing ceramics classes or other things and finding that it lowers blood pressure and has medical outcomes. So there's a lot of research out about that. I think that we'll probably put a page on our website connected to the Clay is Care exhibition that will maybe have some links to some of these studies. And there is one last question.
Yes, based on the latest concern about serving inner city kids, I know that besides the after-school program, free after-school program that you have a monthly community clay play that I participated with my daughter several times. You may want to think about doing the same thing for a therapeutic clay play day. Yeah, like a monthly program.
Yeah, to bring in an art therapist to work with us. Yeah, that's a great idea.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, I want to thank the three of you for being here. It was a lovely discussion, and thank you for having me here, too. So I think now we're doing lunch, right, Jen?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. If you are one of our speakers or if you ordered a lunch, come and see us at the back. There's a couple of extra lunches if people want and haven't actually ordered them. If not, there's a lovely spot 1 block that way called Wissahickon Brewery, right? And then one that way called Que Chula Es Pueblo, and those are the best sort of quick lunch spots. We will reconvene. Actually, I don't know. What time are we? 1:30. Please come back at 1:30, and we will see you then. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That was so fun.
Okay, everyone, we're going to get started again if you could find your seats. We're having a little change in schedule. Okay, I'm going to invite you to come and sit down. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3, eyes on me. Okay, so we are going to change the schedule a little bit. First of all, thank you for coming back. The first bit of housekeeping is that I forgot to announce that over lunch, but now for the rest of the afternoon, we have some clay in the back of the room. So if you feel that you want to keep listening, but you need to stand up and move around, go ahead back there and make something out of clay if you like. We have decided to switch the stretch with Nicole to right before Tricia Hersey speaks. So we're going to go right into Ehren Toole's talk next. Any other housekeeping I need to remind people of? No, I don't think so. Okay, great. Oh, Amy. Oh, the worry stones. They are actually in the gallery. Yes, thank you. Thanks, Amy. Anyone who wants a worry stone, you can go grab one from the gallery. Only if you make one, though. Okay, so we are very excited to welcome back Ehren Toole, who spent more than a week with us a few weeks ago, and in that week he threw 400 new cups, so that was very exciting. But it was just an absolute pleasure to have Ehren as part of the community here every day, talking to people and just bringing his amazing spirit to the clay studio. Ehren Toole is a Marine Corps veteran of the 1991 Gulf War. He earned his MFA from the University of California, Berkeley. And do you want me to stop? No? Okay. And you got me all confused. Since 2001, Toole has made and given away more than 26,000 cups, which is very impressive. But earlier I kept telling people he had made 260,000 cups, and he told me that I should probably fix my.
It probably is 27 now.
Oh, it's 27. Okay, 27,000 cups. Thank you. He has made cups across the U.S., Vietnam, China, Germany, and France. Toole also has work in the collection of the Smithsonian's Renwick Gallery. He is staff in the collection. It's like you're standing next to me. You're making me nervous. Staff in the ceramics lab in the Department of Art Practice at the University of California at Berkeley. Toole has shown his work in the U.S. and Europe in artistic spaces such as the Oakland Museum of California. He's breathing heavily. Blah, blah, blah. And at the Clay Studio in Philadelphia. Ehren helped us celebrate our 40th anniversary in 2014. He threw in our gallery for 40 hours straight. With Jesse Albrecht. Thank you very much. He's the U.S. Artist recipient from 2010, and he's been featured in a number of acclaimed publications, such as the New York Times and Craft in America. Welcome, Ehren.
Thanks. Oh, thanks. You guys are sweet. 20 minutes, yeah? All right. My work subverts the postmodern, post-craft corridor through the lens of intersectionality. Just kidding. I just make cups. Yeah, so I just make cups. I don't really know if I'm going to be able to talk for 20 minutes, so we might have to break out into questions or something. This is my work at the Nelson Atkins Museum in Kansas City. I like this picture because it says Anselm Kiefer in the back, right? The big German artist post-World War II. I think peace is the only adequate war memorial. Everything else is at best a failure and usually a lie that promotes war as a good and noble thing. I think the cup is the appropriate scale to talk about war, right? It's hand to hand. Stalin said 1 death is a tragedy, 1 million is a statistic. I think that's garbage. 1 million war dead is an incalculable tragedy. Everybody had a mother and a father, and they were invested in their future, and then a little bullet or a little piece of lead hits them, and that's that. At the Nelson Atkins Museum, is that too loud? At the Nelson Atkins Museum, we got to go there. I was invited to make cups for vets, but I was like, vets probably won't come out, so if you want to open up to the community, people who've lost family to violence or suicide, and then they had me throwing in the lobby of the museum, and I looked over, and we had two guys that were scanning photographs of family members they wanted on cups. And in the line, I could see people were crying, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be a bad day. And so for the whole day, it was like some like perverted Santa Claus thing where like I was sitting there throwing, and people were telling me how their kids, kids had committed suicide, or their son died in a war, or, you know, and it was funny too, or it was striking, the people who had lost children in war were proud that they're like, that they had given something to the country, and the people who had lost kids to violence, just like street violence, were really kind of they were kind of insecure about it, saying my son was a good kid, he didn't deserve to, you know, I'm like, of course. So I can throw through tears, but we're just sitting there throwing, and crying and throwing, and then the cups were displayed all together, and so then the folks, you know, the rest of the surviving family could come and talk about their loved one, and so that was a pretty cool little thing. And yeah, the curator, right at 5 o'clock when the doors closed, the museum shut, she came out with a 12-pack. And we killed it right there. All right. Yeah, and this is cool. Curators are getting hip, like rather than me just, you know, mailing a bunch of cups to strangers, having me come to the space and make cups with people, and that's a lot more fun. I think I mailed 260 cups here and then made another 400 here, and the 400 here are just different. And the staff here, thank you so much. The studio, the people here are just freaking amazing, and they got all the cups through the kilns, and yeah. Oh, yo. Yeah. Cups. When people say, you know, I say I was in the Marines, I say thank you for your service, it always makes me nervous. You know, like I really don't think that killing brown people around the world makes us any safer. When I meet doctors or farmers or teachers or postal workers, I say thank you for your service, and they kind of look at me funny, but I mean that sincerely. And yeah, cups and clay, the hands there, like the community of makers and the history, you know, from different cultures. I think when I was going through school, we kind of ignored Native American or African pottery. It was mostly Japanese and Chinese, but you know, all the world has a clay history. Yeah, it's me and my dad in Sacramento. And my brother from another mother, as my friend there says. You know, he's a black guy I think he's from Philadelphia. He was a cop here, got back from Vietnam. Anyway, I love this picture. The clay, the cups have made the community for me. And there's a lot of conversation about clay being healing, but I think it's the community, the clay community has really been the savior for me. And, you know, getting to, like me and my brother there, you know, we were both in the Marine Corps, and we can share stories with each other that we can't maybe share with our families. And so that's something I've really been grateful for, getting to, you know, meet other parts of our, you know, guys from the reservation, whatever, just different people, and having a connection, but through the cups is how it started. Yeah. I went to China to make cups in China, make China in China, and I was there, and a little into it, I was like, oh, this is so dumb. Like, they were not impressed with my work at all. And I was complaining to my dad. I said, Dad, nobody in China likes my work. Son, China's a quarter of the world's population. Somebody's got to like your work. And that's the guy, Wang Shuibo. He joined the Red Army when he was 16 to protect the world against capitalism. He was, you know, one of Chairman Mao's sunflowers during the Cultural Revolution, super gung-ho. Was an art teacher in Beijing, in Tiananmen with his students when they were trying to do for democracy. When I met him, he was coming back for the first time in 20 years because he was, you know, they crushed the rebellion and kind of crushed his spirit. And there was something about that, you know, we all joined for good and noble reasons, but, you know, yeah, it's that quote. War in the end is always about betrayal. Betrayal of the young by the old, of soldiers by politicians, and idealists by cynics. Chris Hedges, gee, man, I can't. So I think like poetry, like it's a real sign of intelligence when you can recite poetry, but man, I just think of the titles of the poems and I start crying. And then on the left there, right, whatever, that shelf, that's the size and shape of a CBU-87 cluster bomb that has 202 bomblets and takes out an area 200 meters by 400 meters. In the 91 Gulf War, we dropped 10,035 of those. So 10,035 times 202 sprinkled all over the desert there. So that's been kind of a recurring theme. Sometimes they're hanging from the ceiling, or this one's on the wall. This was in Paris. But then it had the footprint, so it was right over the museum, and then got a little bit into Sacré-Cœur, but yeah. Why am I so nervous? It's because my wife is watching me. My grandfather was in the Marines, World War II. My dad is in the Army in Vietnam, and that's me. They say I look like my dad, but I don't see it. But 100 pounds ago, I looked good, yeah? Yeah, so I'm the sphincter of ceramics at UC Berkeley. The kiln fairy is the lab tech. I don't know. I got into grad school not because of the cups, but because of this letter project where I'd mail cups. This is the Bush administration the first time congratulating them on their position and saying I was very optimistic about making real positive change, but after the Gulf War less so, but hoping that they will do real positive change. The Secretary of the Navy wrote back, "Thanks for the cup." And actually, this was the work I was doing in 2001. The gallery in Los Angeles said, "I'm going to give you this show even though your work isn't relevant to anything that's going on in Los Angeles." I had 1,000 cups with military images and these letters that I had sent to the Pentagon and White House. And the show opened a month after 9/11. People were like, "Oh my God, your work is so timely." And I was talking about the Gulf War 10 years ago, but whatever. It'll be about the next war too. And unfortunately, that came to pass. For the next 20 years, we're at war. Like, I hate that my work is relevant. I hope that one day it's just like quaint. Yeah, that's my thesis show. I made 1,000 cups. When I was in grad school, my wife said she wanted to try to have a baby, and I was like, yeah, let's try. And I swear to God, it was the first or second time. So we quit drinking for the last year of grad school, so I was very productive. So I made 1,000 cups. This is letters to the Bush administration the second time, asking them please to do what they can to keep the outcome as close as possible to the stated goal, right? Clear Skies Initiative, Iraqi freedom, sounds good, but like 1984 was not a training manual. It was a cautionary tale. What's his name? Anyway, never mind. Cups, lots of cups. Oh, these are these cups. Oh, we're getting to the end. 11 minutes. Yeah, so we were doing this for a while, talking about this show. And so, like, the cups that are red, white, and blue were before the last election, and the black ones are after the last election. I don't think I need to go into details there. Yeah, the bunker. This has been a fantasy of mine for years. It's pretty close, but it's not perfect for what I'd like to do someday is to build an actual bunker and occupy like a space, like put up concertina wire, put up kilns, put up cots, and just occupy the space with a group of people and take the bunker apart and turn them into cups and give the cups away, right? In times of economic or other strife, you want to protect yourself, protect your community, and so the temptation is to separate yourself, separate your community. But another way to protect yourself and your community might be to expand it, destroy your enemy by making your friend, Tear down the fence and make a bigger table. So that's the idea of that, is that the cups will go out into the world, the wall will come down, and there's a community of 20-something thousand people that have the cups. So, and there's some in the Smithsonian, but to me those are dead. Like when the Smithsonian called and said they wanted to work for the permanent collection, I was like, oh, my work is so weak. It's already been co-opted by the state. That was super sad. But now it was up for a couple years, and I get letters or emails from it, but now it's in a box someplace in the basement next to the Ark of the Covenant and Rosebud. Yeah. Is there anything else? God damn. Is this clock working? All right, 9 minutes. Questions? Answers? Nope, that's it. Oh, one more?
I just had one comment. When you talked about China and Japan being the countries most known for ceramics or pottery, when I went, like I told you earlier, I went to Afghanistan. One of the things we had an opportunity to do was go to this town called Istalif, where they, Afghan pottery. And I think one of the things that surprised me the most about Afghanistan was the rich culture of art. A lot of stereotypes, but this village, they were using wood-fired kilns, and their pottery was not very, because they couldn't get the temperature high enough to make it, their pottery was very fragile. But I did manage to bring a bowl home that didn't break. And so I think it's just good to talk about. I mean, every culture has a rich culture of art if you look for it.
For sure. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, we have more questions. I have one too, but oh, so many questions. I saw the one in the back first. Hold on. Dominic.
So you primarily just make cups, right? So how has the ornamentation of your cups evolved over the years? Because you're working on this one very specific kind of canvas.
Yeah, well, so this is probably not good to share with like students, but my first instructor after the Marine Corps was Ben Sakaguchi, Japanese American, raised in internment camp, said all art's political. So I was taking drawing and painting classes with him, and I was, just back from the Gulf War trying to work out my thing. So I really liked those classes. Then he retired, and the guy he used to get coffee with all the time, Phil Cornelius, was prior Army between Vietnam and Korea. And so like I'm trying to throw. Look at Big Sergeant Toole getting his butt kicked by 5 pounds of clay. He's like, oh man. And so he's an Army guy telling the Marine this, and I was like, all right, what? So I learned how to throw kind of out of spite. And then he said I couldn't decorate my work. So I was like, what? So I went home and made molds of my insignia and my father's insignia and started decorating my work again. I mean, cheers, Phil, love you, but yeah, it was just out of spite. And then, like I'm a veteran artist, right? Like an artist is a rich white man. Everybody else is plus or minus something, right? Like every Veterans Day, I have a show. Every Memorial Day, I have a show. What was the point of that? So yeah, so a lot of, when that Craft in America thing came out like 10 years ago, art teachers would show, when they had a veteran in their class, they kind of didn't know what to do with them, so they'd show them that Craft in America piece. And so then, since then, I've been, people will let me borrow their insignia. I'll make molds of the insignia, and then they get the cups, and I keep the insignia. So that way, it's been growing. And also, like actually, there's a guy, Dwayne Booth, Mr. Fish. He's a political cartoonist here. I stole a bunch of his stuff and put them on my cups. I felt guilty about it, so I mailed him some cups, and I was like, hey man, if you're not cool with this, I'll smash them all. He's like, no man, fight the power, truck the man. Next time in Berkeley, let's get a beer. So I got to meet him here and have a beer with him here. It was pretty awesome. But yeah, so it's just, unfortunately, there's no end of material, of war images or, and then trying to, there's a similar thing, the way we treat overseas and domestically, like we'll happily spend 50 grand to keep somebody incarcerated, but not spend 30 grand to educate them. It's like, we'll drop bombs, but won't provide food and water. I don't know if that's it. 5 more minutes. This is some form of torture, making potters. Uh-oh.
We have so many questions,
yeah.
And I haven't spoken to you enough, apparently. Since you stayed with us for a week and a half, 2 weeks, however long you were here, it felt like forever and also a blink of an eye. I heard so many stories from people who came down that talked about chatting with you for a bit, and then suddenly you popped up to them maybe 10 minutes later with a cup you made for them with symbols that were related to your conversation or whatever they were making you feel or think about during your conversation. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about any of those experiences.
Yeah, it's always, I think as a maker, like you want to find a home for your stuff, like you want your children to be loved. You want the stuff you make to be loved. I think a lot of, I make the cups, because I have to make the cups. I tell students, like, if art is a choice for you, you should probably talk to the career counselor and quit. Like, if you have to make art, It sucks to be you. You'll never have money, but you'll have things money can't buy, like the respect of other artists, and that's really like hanging out with Roberto Lugo last night, or, the art friends I know. It's such a gift to me, But so making a cup for somebody, like I made this buddy I used to drink with, he's a Vietnam vet, he is in a wheelchair. So he'd just, roll around and smoke and drink all day. And I made a cup for him of, he was 18, door gunner in Vietnam. And I gave him a couple of them, and now he's passed. And the family is holding on to them like they're heirlooms, like the family adopted my work. And that means everything. Like, it's cool having stuff in the Smithsonian, but like, again, that's just in a box someplace. But the cups that are in people's hands, and they're drinking and talking, that's the real joy. And too, like I give a cup to a woman. She said her dad was in the Marines, but kind of a dick and drank a lot, and parents got divorced years ago. And so I made a cup for her to give to her father, and it turned out like she gave him the cup, and he had terminal cancer, but it was the cup that started the conversation to like kind of reunite. So I don't know. Did that answer what's your question?
That's perfect. I saw other hands up. I was thinking earlier when the art therapists were talking, and they said that art therapy was kind of born after World War II, although it existed sort of in World War I as well. It really came from Veterans Affairs and from people thinking about soldiers coming back from war. And that's the same thing that actually essentially launched the contemporary craft movement as we know it. So the fact that we're all sitting here thinking about ceramics is integrally tied to the value that the military and the government saw was needed by veterans when they came back. So I just think it's really interesting that we're kind of having the same conversations, and they're linked.
Well, and that was the thing, Peter Volkus was a nose gunner, took part in firebombing of Japan, and so he swore that he would make something beautiful every day afterwards. And like, I'm 55 now, and I just, reached out to the VA recently and started therapy. And it's just now that I'm realizing that all the men like Peter Volkus I looked up to, it was unrecognized, untreated trauma, and then they're acting out, drinking, fighting, and stuff. And then it just got celebrated as being masculine. It wasn't nobody. And so now at 55, I'm realizing like, oh, maybe I didn't have a beard when I started, but like, maybe I need to change some things.
Well, you've been doing therapy yourself through the cups all this time. And the fact that you're so generous that you're not just doing it for yourself, but that your practice since grad school has been doing it with other people and making those conversations happen to act as a healing mechanism for those around you. I mean, lots of artists just sit in their studios and do their own work, but
I do a lot of that. I mean, that's why I'm so grateful for this stuff. Because, 2 in the morning, I'm in the basement throwing like, oh, man, poor life choices. What am I doing here? But out here, getting to talk to people and hang out, it really, because a lot of times I feel like I'm just throwing the cups into the ocean. I don't know where they are, but like last night, the bartender, he's like, I got a cup from you 2 years ago.
Yeah, can you tell that story?
Which one? Oh.
About that you were looking for a cup to give to someone else.
It was a different bar.
Different bartender.
So
sorry.
we've been to a couple bars since we've been here. But yeah, okay, so we're at this Irish bar, and the guy was talking about the Marine Corps birthday. 20 minutes. And the war, anyway. So I went back to give the bartender a cup, and then as I was sitting there waiting to talk, I looked back behind, and there was a cup that I left there 2 years ago for a Navy Seabeat. Anyway, thank you for your time. Love you. Thank you.
I'm desperate to get off the stage. I don't know. I thought those were off, but now they seem like they're on. Thank you, Ehren. That was amazing, as usual. I don't know why you were nervous. we're inspiring as you always are. Thank you so much. Don't feel bad, Sarah. Okay. So we're very excited to introduce our next artist, who is Adebunmi Gbadebo. Adebunmi is a multidisciplinary artist exploring the archival record of her family's ancestry in Nigeria and enslavement in America. She is from Newark, New Jersey, and now lives and works in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Gbadebo earned a BFA at the School of Visual Arts in New York and a certification in creative placekeeping at the New Jersey Institute of Technology. She was a Maxwell Hanrahan Fellow in 2023, a Pew Fellow in 2022, and was a resident artist here at the Clay Studio from 2021 until 2025. Gbadebo's current solo show is Watch Out for the Ghosts at Nicola Vassal Gallery in New York. Her work has been included in many prestigious exhibitions, including Rise Up, Resistance, Revolution, Abolition at the Fitzwilliam Museum at the University of Cambridge, Songs for Ritual and Remembrance at the Arthur Ross Gallery at the University of Pennsylvania, and Hear Me Now, The Black Potters of Old Edgefield, South Carolina at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Gbadebo's work is included in the permanent collections at the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art, the Minneapolis Institute of Art, and the Minnesota Museum of American Art. And we're so happy to have Adebunmi to present to us today about her artwork. And you can just start playing.
Yeah. Or actually, can I tell you when to hit play? Okay. Thank you, Jennifer, Josie, the Clay Studio. I guess you'll hear throughout my talk why this institution is really special to me in my practice. For my talk, I kind of want to do something unconventional. I'm usually standing or sitting with slides kind of moving in the background. But I felt, especially because in this presentation, in this exhibition, I have a short film which really shows kind of the foundation of where my work comes from, that to kind of have the video playing as I talk, and I'll bounce in between talking to you and then referencing the video, is a good opportunity to show kind of the origins of where my work comes from. And I definitely want to preface this talk, especially under the kind of the title and theme of Clay as Care. I feel like also the video does a good job at articulating what care looks like within my practice. Yeah, I guess, should I start now? Yeah, you could hit play. Throughout, if I tell you to pause, can you do that? Okay, cool. So in 2020, we all know what happened in 2020. But at that point in my practice, I was working primarily through the material of paper. For me, I found out through conversations with family that my family was enslaved on a plantation in South Carolina, True Blue Plantation, which is a former indigo and rice plantation. And when I was kind of conducting research to learn more about this land and my ancestors' relationship to the land, a lot of that information was coming up through the paper documents. I was finding wills of my ancestors. I was finding appraisal lists. They were kind of captured in this material paper
as something to be inherited or sold or passed down to, but in these very dehumanizing ways. So I started working through that kind of reality through paper. And I was, up until 2020, I worked primarily exploring this history through the material of paper making, handmade paper. And then 2020 hit. And literally maybe 2 weeks after the national shutdown that we all experienced, my mom died of COVID. And she caught COVID at my grandfather's funeral 3 weeks prior. So you could imagine I went into deep mourning. I kind of abandoned my studio for almost a year. And at the time, I was making these handmade papers in these large kind of kiddie pools. That was the only thing at the time that equivalent to like a vat that I could come up with. When I finally returned back to my studio, this pulp that I was kind of putting in this round circular kiddie pool, kind of all the pulp and the hair that I was using to make these sheets settled at the bottom of the pool. All the water evaporated, and it created this giant circular handmade paper. Fast forward, I was approached by Rutgers University to revisit, can you pause real quick? To revisit an old work. And I felt like because this piece that kind of encapsulated this moment that I was personally going through, it encapsulated the type of personal like grief and loss that I was going through, and also because you know, I wasn't able to unfortunately like bury my mom in the period in when she passed. We weren't allowed to gather. So I felt like maybe this piece that kind of made itself, I could intentionally go back, go visit the land in which my ancestors were enslaved. The part of this plantation my family still has access to is a burial ground, so that maybe, you know, I could kind of honor my mom by burying some of her ashes on this kind of slave burial ground, and also make this peace in this land. I went to True Blue Plantation for the first time in 2020 to bury some of my mom's ashes. And that was the first time that I ran my hands through what you could see on this screen, this red earth, this land where my ancestors were enslaved, the land in which their bodies are buried, the land that literally holds the stories, the experiences, their literal bodies, and I guess just really moved by this red earth. It was the beginning of me taking this earth, this land that held this history and these people, and making it into ceramic sculpture. I learned how to turn this earth into clay through my residency at the clay studio. So it was kind of this institution kind of birthed the origins of me working in ceramics. And I would return many times since that initial moment to bury my mom's ashes on True Blue Plantation, to gather and learn from descendants who have stayed on this plantation, which this video kind of shows some of those descendants. I would return to work with descendants in cleaning this burial ground. But in this example, not only does it show in this film me doing those things, I also return to make this piece on the land where my ancestors were enslaved. That piece is that circular piece that's in the gallery. So it was kind of like this intention to take this piece that had accidentally made itself in this time of me dealing with my own relationship to loss and going back in an intentional way and kind of making this piece on that land. You could hit play. The next kind of scenes that carry out through this film, you'll see two descendants or family members in particular, Jackie Whitmore and Benny Haynes. And they are two men who have bought back land on True Blue Plantation. They have been building on this land, and they are actually kind of my safe space when I do return for these visits to gather soil to make ceramics or to do this film or to make this piece in which I'm the kind of intention in this film. They are the ones that allow me to have access to these spaces because they have purchased back the burial ground and other kind of related spaces on the land. In these scenes, you actually see True Blue Cemetery. This historical marker was one of the things that the family organized and with the state and had placed on the land. So there will be this kind of collective memory and acknowledgement of what this space is. And you could see in this kind of scene, this is Jackie Whitmore, who, they have literally committed and dedicated their lives to caring for this burial ground where my enslaved ancestors were buried. But right now, a lot of our interaction with this space is walking through this land. And literally, in this case, this was a headstone of an enslaved person born in 1811 who died in 1880. And a lot of this is us kind of traversing through this burial ground that you could see it's overgrown with weeds, with horsetail, with trees that have fallen over, with literal headstones that have broken into pieces. You could see in this moment how cousin Jackie literally stacks the broken pieces together to make that headstone whole again. But a lot of this is the work of care and kind of preservation as us looking for literal thousands of bodies. This is a 7-acre cemetery, and this is just one of many that existed on this plantation. And identifying the headstones, repairing the headstones, cutting down the overgrown weeds. So a lot of, I have, yes, a practice of making the vessel or the handmade paper, but I want to make sure that my practice is not just one where I am taking, but that we are also giving back and caring for this space. So for generations that we will have access to this land. Here are some other kind of shots of the cemetery and the plantation. This plantation is currently owned by the descendants of the original slave owners. You could see with the crops that are grown, they are still growing cotton from this land. They are still profiting from this land. These shots are of the maroon woods. A lot of my ancestors were able to escape slavery, and they settled in these maroon woods that were able to kind of protect them and keep them and allow them to be free within this kind of institution of slavery. Can you, the next scene, can you like unmute it a little? I have to let it play out. If possible.
Adjoining properties. So our people were here and they were there.
Like going back between the plantation.
Going back and forth between the plantation. My grandma, she told me a story about her great-great-grandfather. His name was Frank Bryant. Cause I said, well, everybody back during that time was in slavery. She said, everybody wasn't no slave. I said, yes, they was. I said, everybody was. She said, no. She said, Grandpa never wasn't no slave. She said they ran away from slavery. She said they lived off in the woods. They ran away and traveled up and down the coast, killing animals. He spoke African, and she said you couldn't understand what he was saying. Now, we call that gullah now, they talk like that. And she said he planted rice in the swamp, but he was skilled in that.
And that wasn't an easy task.
Oh, no, that wasn't an easy task. On the outside of Fort Martin, then you got the river on the other side of it.
That river has a lot of stories.
That river got a lot of stories,
I call the river Oshun. Sorry, I got you doing a lot of work, the tech guy. In these next scenes, and I want to preface, so the act of when I'm making handmade paper in my studio, I have a sink, I have my own, cotton that I've sourced, I have, hair that I'm embedding, but everything I need, I have because I'm making it within a studio. To now make a sheet of paper in the middle of a plantation, through this process, it involved me literally sourcing from the land. So in this section, I'm literally going to the river, and this is specifically, the name of this river is the Congaree River, and it was named after the indigenous people, the Congarees. Unfortunately, like in many cases in American history, the Congarees were slaughtered. But this kind of river was named after them. In this section, I'm, for the very first time in visiting True Blue Plantation, but also because my handmade paper is made from cotton, I, for the first time, walked onto the actual cotton fields to source the cotton that I will make to make the sheets. And serendipitously, we were able to meet, even though we are years removed, but it's not that long ago from slavery. It is still Black workers who are collecting the cotton, rolling them into these giant bales that you see. Each bale is about 500 pounds. And transporting these bales to cotton gins to be ginned, to be produced to wear some of the clothes and things that we're wearing or things that we use in our everyday lives. But this was like kind of a beautiful moment where we got to like step out on the field and talk with those Black workers and even share in that exchange that your boss is a descendant of the people that originally enslaved mine. Can you, can you unmute it? I want to share this kind of testimony.
And they did have to do things to get away because they owed these people, and I guess they felt, and maybe there was no way to pay them back. They didn't have what they needed in order to do that. So then they just slipped away, and then some of them never came back. You see, their parents, their foreparents, they didn't ever come back. And that's a sad story. I think that's how some of us got lost, not knowing exactly who we are, where we come, we got lost. That's what happened to us. But I was confronted with a situation where I had purchased some land, had totally paid for it. And the gentleman that I bought it from, he, at the end of my having paid all of the monies, tried to, in fact, reclaim a great portion of the land. And I had to resort to getting the law involved. These are the things that my foreparents were confronted with. People stole from them the same way he was trying to steal from me. Now, had I not been a strong woman and stand firmly on my ground and trusted in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, it would have happened to me too.
Telling the story at the reunion about this white lady.
I guess I wanted to just highlight that story and also just the process. I feel like another aspect that I really try and center in my practice is documenting the stories of descendants. Like I shared it earlier, many of the stories of our ancestors are captured in these violent archives. They're centered in the archives of the enslaver, but often the stories that are about us, from us, are not kind of formally documented. So through this project, I really wanted to meet with different descendants. In this case, this is a mayor. She's actually the mayor of the neighboring town, St. Matthews in South Carolina. And she's sharing the story of how her father lost land because he owed $12 to the plantation owner and gave up his land and car just to make good on that debt. But also how that kind of, those trades really separate us as a family and force us to disperse. And, histories like the Great Migration are stories of how a lot of us become separate from these spaces and these lands. In this story that Jackie is taking us through, and just to kind of show the kind of juxtaposition between stories captured by the enslaver and the enslaved. What Jackie is talking about in this scene is one of the plantation owners that owned my family, and that my family wound up sharecropping even after emancipation, was a woman named Julie Peterkin. And I don't know if any of you know Julie Peterkin, but she won a Pulitzer Prize for one of her books, Scarlet's Sister Mary. This particular book was noted as the first book in American literature to depict Black people in a positive light. But Mary in Scarlet's Sister Mary was my ancestor. Her image will pop up shortly. And basically, Julie Peterkin would observe the lives of my ancestors who were sharecropping for her and were formerly enslaved. This is Mary, that first photo. And she would kind of rewrite their lives in these books. That's a picture of Julie Peterkin, which I've kind of distorted. And that was her father, who was a Confederate general. But a lot of these images were also taken by her good friend, Doris Ullman, who was a famous photographer. Doris Ullman recently had an exhibition at MoMA 3 years ago, and all of Doris's images, these are my ancestors. The images of Doris's photos constituted the first photography book in this country, and those were my ancestors in those books. So in a weird way, my family has been documented through the kind of stories and photographs, but it's through a kind of warped imagination of these white people who have benefited and exploited the lives, the likeness, the images of my ancestors. So I guess also through this project, it was really important to center us in our stories, to capture those stories of descendants, and to tell kind of the ways that we have been captured throughout history, but also documenting the ways in which my family is working to, counter those actions. One of those ways, my cousin Jackie and Benny are actually building a museum on True Blue Plantation, which houses a lot of stories, oral stories, images, stories that have been passed down by relatives, maps, and archival documents. They actually have been building literal buildings on the plantation and buying back land so that we have a space to tell our own story. And then I'll let this scene play out a little, but this is the process of me making the exact same sheet that is in this show. So you could hit unmute it.
Oh no. Let's see how strong I am.
And I'm making this sheet right in front of where I buried my mom and next to my great-great uncle and aunt who were born enslaved but died.
I ain't trying to tell you what needs to be done, but
No, you know the best.
somebody need to tell somebody what needs to be done. Okay.
That's good. Thank you.
I got one guy stirring the pot and putting the egg. Louie, you need your tail whip, girl. Wow. How did you get me out here? Lord have mercy. I'm gonna have to tell Jackie this.
It's the ancestors.
Ancestors? I don't have no. I don't know now. Listen at this. I know people much curious and all this about the ancestors and all. Yeah. I thank God that I'm here, and then don't know nothing about them people. Nope. Scoop number one.
The cotton was collected from the land and the water was collected from the river.
Human hair and cotton. You know what that sounds like, human hair and cotton?
No.
Huh?
No.
Back into slavery.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, Booby, as it's dry, it plats itself together.
Uh-huh.
Who them people know that they get me there? Let's see, I can hold this up now, but you're okay with this like a rock.
You can mute it real quick. Behind these gates is a church that my newly emancipated ancestors built. So this was the first institution they built with their freedom. When they were free from emancipation, across the road from the cemetery where I collect the soil to make the vessels, they built the church. The reason why in that scene and me talking about this church in these next scenes, there's only the gate is because my family lost ownership over the years of that church. So during slavery, of course, all the slave owners owned the land, and then we were given that land to build the church. But if someone were to die, we had to go through the white families for permission to bury on the cemetery. So the white families made a trade for us to give up the land in our church in order to have access to the burial ground, which is why I have access to the burial ground to make this work, but we also lost that important institution. Unfortunately, the descendants of the overseers, the Winges family, own the church now, and they've turned that church into a hunting club. I do have like other footage of me actually trespassing, going under that gate, and it's probably like a mile walk to get to the church. Unfortunately, in the first time I attempted to go to this church, I was almost caught. So in that video, you literally see me and hear me running. But I think it just kind of shows or gives greater insight to the dangers of like making a film like this, walking onto a field owned by the descendants, capturing something that my family built but now has no access to. There's quite literally dangers in just accessing these and documenting these spaces. So I think like the act of family buying back land, and that is like very crucial, and I'm currently in the process of buying 2 acres now on True Blue Plantation to like continue the work with family members so that us descendants have access and can continue to tell our stories. Should I open up to questions or, yeah?
I'm gonna get it. You keep that one. I'll take that.
I don't know what time I'm at.
Oh, yeah, like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I so appreciate what you're doing. Your work is monumentally important, and I applaud you for what you're doing. My question is, do you feel that your ancestors are still guiding you? And if so, what are they guiding you to do, and how are they influencing your work?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I feel like, especially before visiting True Blue Plantation, and I feel like some of us are like maybe, this is true for us, like when we think of ancestor, we think of these people long ago. But what happened when my mother passed, my grandfather passed, and also 2 other relatives in that same year passed away, ancestor was my mom. You know, it wasn't these distant people or these people who were born enslaved or born in Africa. Like ancestor were my grandmother, my mother, my uncle, and my grandfather, who all passed away in 2020. And I think they definitely guide me. I don't think it was a coincidence or that my act of just burying my mom in this land, it was like the closest thing that I could think of to a burial, to a funeral that I was kind of denied because of the kind of circumstances of 2020, led me to this practice. You know, my first time running my fingers through that earth, my first time in the space, reading the names, those headstones of those people connected to me. But my first time having a real conscious understanding that the ways I cannot tell this story because of these violent archives, all of that history is in this earth. And that birthed this practice of working in ceramics, working with the earth. So I definitely do believe that my ancestors are guiding me. I feel like my mom, in doing that, has guided me through this practice. And it's not, I don't think it's also coincidental that as I'm processing my own loss, it is literally brought me to this land of loss, right? This history of enslavement is as much as we kind of study and look at how their lives were lived, I mean, this was a land where lives were lost, and I'm now on a cemetery. So in a lot of ways, I see how this material earth is reflecting back to me, like what the history is like kind of helping me through my own kind of relationship to grief. Sometimes I talk about like the kind of emotions I go through when I open a kiln and there's literally the piece has exploded or a piece has fallen and is broken, and how the kind of grief of a vessel is reflecting back on me, the kind of struggles I'm going through internally and personally. So yeah, I definitely do believe the ancestors, my immediate family who passed, but this work in general is guiding me. And that's why I try and, like I said, make sure that I'm not just having a practice where I'm taking the cotton or taking the plants or taking the soil and bringing them back to Philadelphia, but that I'm returning and caring for the land in which my ancestors lay.
This is so beautiful. There are so many beautiful layers to your work. I don't know if like beautiful in the sense of the way the care is showing up in your practice and like through the materials. One of the things that I think is so impactful about your work, and one of the layers is like the invisible layer. You know, this is all the stuff we can see and the materials that we can see, but I'm also thinking about the invisible, like spiritual component and like protectedness and sacredness, and thinking about like care as something that is sacred, but also like grief as something that is sacred. Can you just talk a little bit about that too, about the things that maybe we can't see, but that are that move you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I guess one thing you may notice in the film, I'm dressed in like all white. During the making of this film, I took the step to be initiated to an indigenous African religious practice. So I became a Yoruba priest. And when you become initiated, you wear all white for an entire year. So this wasn't like costuming. I was literally like in what they call your Yawo year. But I bring that up because as a Yoruba priest, or stepping into this like kind of spiritual practice, I guess it awakened, or there's an aspect where you have to acknowledge all of those spirits that we walk with, that work with us, that exist in these spaces and in nature that we may not be able to physically see, but they're there. So becoming initiated gave me a deeper kind of insight and understanding to the spirit that is within the tree, the spirit that dwells at the cemetery, Oya, the spirit that is in the water, Oshun, you know, the spirit that is in the wind, Oya, or the thunder. You know, I've been on this land during thunderstorms. But I think, you know, we live in the physical, but there is spiritual in these energies that are always present. So I think me stepping into this spiritual practice allows me to not only be aware of the physical aspects of what I'm doing, the materials I'm working with, but also the energetic and spiritual energies I'm working with. You know, sometimes when a vessel breaks, I literally feel like there is a spirit that I dug up from that cemetery that did not want to be reshaped. You know, I have to acknowledge that there are spirits in the material that I'm working with. You know, did I disturb them? Did I dig them up? Did I dig up a child, you know, that was laid to rest? You know, was someone murdered? And, you know, I literally have stories of people who were gunned down, lynched, like killed, worked to death, that are buried in that land. And I have to acknowledge that not all of them are working with me, and some are. So I think, you know, I guess kind of an invisible layer that's embedded within this film is who I was in that moment, like going from, you know, transitioning into this Yoruba priest, but that step allows me to recognize the energies and the spirits that you may not be able to see, but through that practice, I could feel and acknowledge as I do the work.
Thank you, Bumi. And thank you for those great questions. Now that we've heard from all four of the artists, we're going to transition to a panel. Nicole is going to lead the artists in a conversation about care and their work. But I just want to take a moment as they come up to the stage to thank the artists again, and say what an honor it is to be able to support artists and to work with artists and hear their stories and just hear the gamut of human emotions that we have heard today. And the idea that I get to be a part of it is something that is almost unspeakably joyful and amazing. So thank you to all of you. And also just, I wanted to comment on, everybody come up. I'm going to keep talking until you get here, so you might as well come on. I think it's important to note what Adebunmi was just saying about when something breaks. You know, we've talked about making clay and working with raw clay and how that has healing. Oh, don't fall down. Oh my gosh. But the metaphor of like experiencing, Ehren, can you move this over? We're gonna move it there. I'll do it, or I'll help you. Okay, fine. Thank you. The metaphor of experience something that breaks and having that be part of the process is another thing that we haven't talked about yet. Who needs a microphone?
Hello? Yes. Okay. Hi. Welcome. Here we are. I dreamed of this moment, sitting with all four of you, and like, yeah, we're here now. I think we're calling this the Care Modalities panel, which I love so much because there was a moment in our planning long ago that I think I said something along the lines of the various modalities of care, and Jen was like, yeah, say that again. What was that? Modalities of care. And so, yeah, just wild that here we are in the Modalities of Care panel. But I'm so grateful to all of you for giving such inspiring presentations about your practice, which are so layered and, yeah, deep in so many different ways. So I guess it feels appropriate to also introduce you all again, so I'll just kind of start there. I know we just heard from Adebunmi, but thanks so much for being here. Jennifer, Ling, Datchuk, Maia, and Ehren. Felt like the need to give last name because of so many Jennifers. Yeah, I think this is the first time, maybe separate from like a Zoom meeting long ago, that you all get to really be in conversation with one another, which feels really exciting and really special about this symposium. I think, Jennifer and I got to talk to each of you in preparation for the publication, to talk more about your practice, to talk more about your kind of viewpoints on care, how you might feel that manifests or might not in your practice. But those conversations, again, weren't with each other, weren't shared with the public. So I'm hoping to dig into that a little bit today. And I have some questions prepared, but I'm also like really hoping we can lean into the conversation that kind of just evolves around this. Another big piece of our planning for this exhibition was just kind of thinking about the word care, right? Like what is this word? Just very high level thinking about kind of just like word association type understanding of it. What are people thinking of it? Both the artists we're inviting to work with on this exhibition or to present work in this exhibition, as well as the public. What does this word mean? And so I really wanted to start with a very simple question to get this panel going. What does care mean to you? And that can be as it relates to your practice or just as a word, more simply. Whoever wants to get started. I'm going to call on you if not. Ehren, you want to start?
No. I mean, old white guys, who needs to hear it? I don't know what care means. I mean, community is the first thing that comes to mind, and I just, for depression, for anxiety, for addiction, community is the fix. And I think there's a lot of dark forces in the world that are trying to separate us and say we're better on our own, or semper me, so just whatever. I'm super honored to be here with all you all, and your work is all really inspiring, and you're so smart. So I'm just honored to be included in whatever, even the whole idea of the clay studio and what it does, and that community thing, that it's all just lovely.
I got so stressed out by this question that I couldn't read the rest of the questions that you sent us, because it feels like you should have the answer for this if you're making work within your entrenched communities. But I kind of really thought about that care as what are the moments of tenderness you're creating, whether it's in the daily or long term, but I just want more tenderness in the world.
Sure. Yeah, I guess relatedly, I think of two other words come to mind. One we discussed and I brought up in my work is attention, that attention is one of the most basic forms of care and of love, and and that we are increasingly fractured in our attention and our ability to attend to ourselves and each other. And then I guess I also think of connection, how much disconnection there is in the world right now, and the ways the systems are being built to isolate us. And that, I guess, in my some moments of gloom, I think about how we're all connected through the disconnection, that we're all experiencing this together. And so I think in my work, I've more and more have sought out opportunities for collaboration and worked more and more with live performance, because to me, there's an immediacy of connection that I just am noticing myself seeking out in my practice.
I feel like thinking about care brings me to a word too. I think a lot about responsibility, but as y'all were talking, it made me think. I was in a show around enslaved potters, And obviously they're not here to like speak for themselves or tell their own story. But like going through the process of that show developing, I was really moved by how responsible like the curators were to that history and those people, like analyzing from every aspect of like, we need to find the descendants connected to these people who can't speak for themselves. We need to like think about how we build reparations into this exhibition, because this is a show where we're benefiting as an institution, but they are not benefiting. We need to think like, what do we even call these potters? Are they artists? But they were making work out of like force, labor. Are they, you know, so I just bring that up because like the level of responsibility to be like responsible to those people in the story felt like there was so much care built into their process. And I think like even on a personal level, like the work that we do, if we're not being responsible to ourselves, like really analyzing like what do we need to do to take care of ourselves so we could be more impactful or more effective, then how that compromises that care and that work. So I just think of like responsibility, like are we being responsible to ourselves and to the people who we are working with or on or behalf of?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I appreciate all of your responses, but I also appreciate you kind of ending us on that note, because I think what we are also drawn to is like the Latin root of the word curate is to care, or like literally means to care. And so we've definitely felt an immense responsibility, you know, to you all, and even making sure that your work, your ideas could be displayed in a way that still was true to you, but also was allowing, you know, us to kind of explore this idea and the research, et cetera, that kind of expands, just around this theme, this concept of care. So thank you. You know, just a light one just to dip our toes in to start. No, but hearing all your presentations and more about your artistic practice, clearly you all use art, whether that be clay or not, to process your lived experience, to process things that you've gone through, whether that be just individual experiences you're, you know, maybe realizing are more collective and that you're kind of sharing with people in your making, that are, also generational. And so I was just curious about asking you all how much you felt like that art making was always a kind of investigative medium for you, and was like that always like a kind of natural outlet for you to use to process these things, or if there was like a specific moment, which some of you may have already touched on, but if you remember a specific moment that turn really happened for you. Again, I can call on people, but whoever wants to get started.
I just laughed. There was a show in California at the Craft and Folk Art Museum, and I made 1,300 cups for that show, and I was like, I may have crossed that line between productive and obsessive. It's like, so, yeah, that's just.
Is the emphasis in the question like investigation, or?
Investigation specifically, like just using art as a tool for that, right? And like when kind of in your practice, did you kind of really realize that that's what it's kind of working as? Was it early in life, even like as a kid experimenting with things? I don't know. It could happen anytime. I'm curious.
Yeah, well, I guess my family, both my parents are visual artists, so I kind of rebelled. Yeah, a blessing and a curse. No, it was really, I was really encouraged to tap into my creativity as long as I can remember, and to like have that inherent value, which is just so special. And I think, yeah, I rebelled a bit by going into social science for college. Like, I'm not going to make art. And then I kept finding myself being like, ooh, I want to bring humor and expression and interpretation into my work. Those felt like qualities that were very intuitive to me that I was leaving out of my studies. And yeah, I mean, I've started out discussing my obsession kind of with intervening in different institutions or considering them. So I would say my big moment of my first artwork was when I was 8 years old. I invented this alter ego named Ebony Cheffa.
Wow, great name.
Yeah, Ebony Cheffa. And she was a cashier, and I had this elaborate store in my family home's basement called Harlan's, owned by an old white guy who didn't really know how to operate the store, but Ebony was the manager on the ground running everything. And so I think in some ways, back to that, the way that the alter ego was a way for me to process my own relation. I think like Ebony was white, even though she doesn't sound it, but she was like white and straight and all these things that I wasn't. And so I think I was like using a place of imagination to process my own otherness in a way, and I was also just obsessed with points of sale transactions, like the way that adults colluded to uphold these like really arbitrary points of value systems, and like, you know, we exchange pieces of paper for this object on this conveyor belt and press all these buttons, and I just found it so fascinating. So I think that got me started into, was a kind of precursor to just being fascinated by all the systems we use to make meaning and relate to one another.
Yeah, knowing about your practice and how systems thinking you are, I love this story, that happened so early on. Also that you did the opposite of rebelling. Like typically you rebel to go to art school, you were like, actually, no, I'm not doing art.
Yeah.
This is the way, yeah.
Stick it to them.
Yeah.
That was when you were 8?
Yeah. I have an Ebony Cheffa tattoo, though, in ode to her, but she lasted a very, very long time.
Amazing.
I was still, like, on my uncle's cash register, typing away imaginary customers, ringing up for way too long.
Wow. I can see it.
I think I just didn't have the language for it, but I think I was always looking for a form of representation, and that I am born in 1980. I am an elder millennial, which that 12-year, it's steep. Like, but I, you know, like every dutiful Chinese daughter, thought I needed to be a doctor or lawyer or both at some point. But I really clearly remember flipping through a magazine, because there was no internet when I was younger, and seeing an image of Keanu Reeves. And it was during Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. And it said Keanu is Hawaiian, Indonesian, Chinese, and Canadian. And it was the first time I saw someone that kind of looked like me or members of my family, and it listed his race and ethnicity. And I was like, that's me. And I feel like it's just, I was always looking for that group. So I started making work about it. And then when I think about, I really want to bring my full self to everything that I do. And I realized too, when I was talking to one of my uncles after my grandmother passed away, and she had a really large Chinese funeral, and there were so many elders that came to her funeral, and they were saying how that's really rare. And here my grandmother was such a conduit and helped so many people come to this country. And here I found that my family home in Guangzhou, China, which Guangzhou was a major port city for the porcelain trade, so I feel like it's in my blood, that porcelain comes through me in some way. But the Chinese government took my family home, and my uncle bought it back many years later, and there's a plaque in the hometown that lists my family through 28 generations, but only in the names of sons. And it made me really realize that my mother's story didn't matter, my grandmother's, and how immediate that is. And that made me really understand that I need to create the visual history of my family. So it started with Keanu Reeves and went like around the world.
You know, I figured there would be some juicy answers in these first moments that really sparked things. Yeah, thank you. It's okay if you don't have an answer. Yeah, no, that's great. Yeah, I think just even hearing these stories, I think it's clear that, and even your presentations, again, like art is kind of acting as this mirror for you to kind of reflect things back into, for you to process, you know, hardships or, you know, lighter-hearted things, et cetera. And so I think that's, hearing all the ways that that's manifested in your work is really beautiful. But thinking more about your artistic practice, again, no matter what it is, I know we're not all ceramic artists here, and also work in different mediums, multidisciplinary, et cetera. It can be labor-intensive. And so I'm really curious to hear about how you approach caring for yourself, as it has to do with, you know, that labor, making time for rest, time management in general, and if there's certain ways that you really feel like caring for yourself truly supports your creativity. You don't always have to go first. Go.
What? Do you want to go?
Go.
You got something? Okay. Just to break it up. I think a lot about this. I think in my darker moments, I'm like, I want to think about art as a form of making art is labor, even if it's not always valued as such, as paid labor. But then I sometimes get stuck in the realization that then if one is living under late capitalism and needs to make money, then making art, and if making art is work, then it requires a lot of overwork to be making art on top of your income. So that is something I perpetually struggle with, is like resourcing myself enough energetically to make work outside of work, especially in making things that, I don't sell. But then I also do have kind of the holistic view of, I guess another element to this to process for me is like the moments where the creative process can really be so consuming in a not good way of just being with the unknown in a really it can be such a terrifying thing. It's at once such a privilege to be able to make, and then I think that even adds a layer of, you know, sometimes guilt of, oh, I have the opportunity, what to do with this. But then I think I've always appreciated artists that, I think it was like Bruce Nauman was like, anything I do in my studio is art, and that living, you know, a more kind of decompartmentalized approach to what art can be, widening the frame a bit. And so I always come back to reminding myself that even the times away from making, the times of reading and walking and drinking tea and stretching, all of that is part of the practice. And so that's something that I find like as a grounding kind of pillar to come back to.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've been really bad about self-care for sure, I think. Sometimes I feel like that dude in Clockwork Orange, you know, with his eyes open, looking at the ultraviolence. You know, Craft in America did a thing on me, or, you know, it was part of a thing that Craft in America did, and I'll get emails from people, and they just dump these stories on me about their brother who came back from Iraq and, you know, picked up an addiction and killed himself, and they want a cup, and, you know, like, I get sick of it. I don't want to do it anymore, but, you know, if they're going through it, I can't turn my back on them, you know? So it's kind of I got myself in a little pickle there. But, you know, but again, you know, I think that, like, social practice wasn't a thing, I think, when I started 20-something years ago. But now I'm in that category, and I'm like, so what was the other stuff? Anti-social art? And I guess some of it was, you know, like propaganda and, you know, white supremacy and patriarchy and all that stuff. So I don't know. I just make cups, man. But the self-care is something now. I reached out to the VA. I'm getting some help, and it's wild looking at it. Like as I'm getting help, like seeing, war is murder, and that happens in the civilian world too. I was working. A group from the VA came to the studio, and we were working, and the woman had been raped before she was in the military. She was raped in the military, and she was raped after the military. But the only reason she has any support at all is because of what happened in the military. That's how she gets her benefits. So, if it wasn't for that, she'd be on her own. So yeah, I don't know why that's the story.
Like, is that how you rest? You did say you were throwing cups at 2 a.m. Yeah.
It's really interesting, and I think about labor a lot and how labor is a part of my practice. There's many aspects, of all of our practice, but in my practice specifically, I'm literally inserting tiny grains of rice into the bellies of pieces, or, traveling 13 hours one way and digging up 800 pounds of soil at a time, multiple times a year. There's building my own pit fires, there's this very labor intensive aspect to my practice, and I feel I don't know if this is a warped perspective or an honest perspective, but there's an aspect of me that feels like that intense labor needs to be visible in my work, because I'm dealing with a history where labor was paramount. And there's some aspect that feels inauthentic if I were to say, just take a canvas and do a stroke and be voila, this is about true blue plantation. I feel like labor has to show up because this history is about labor. We were brought here to enact the labor of literally creating the world as we know it through our and labor not just through physical form, our intellectual labor, all of that, our creative labor, all of that was exploited. But so even though I lean into labor in my practice, I think the way I take care of myself through that is seeking help. And also when I look at the ways in which we may have created ceramics, in West Africa traditionally, we were creating in community. Lottie Kwali was working in community with her aunt and her, a matriarchal line of women that were all working together to make this vessel. Dave Drake was working in community with other enslaved potters in Edgefield, South Carolina, to make these wonderful vessels that we celebrate. And I think it's a very capitalist and Western idea to celebrate the individual. So I feel like and it's recent, I have only worked with assistants and in community and collaborating with other artists within these last 2 years, but working in community and and through collaboration has allowed the labor that is present in my work to feel easier, to feel
sustainable.
Literally sustainable. So you know, that's an aspect in, because I'm a really hyperactive person, even when I leave the studio, I'm still always looking for work to do. So I've leaned into other creative modes of expression, like I do a lot of screenwriting. So like kind of channeling a lot of my creative energy towards other modes and mediums, feel like I am taking care of myself.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I think, you know, I think rest can come in a lot of different forms. If you're doing a lot of physical things, rest can look like stillness. If you're still all the time, rest can look like taking a meditative walk or something. You know what I mean? Sometimes we need the opposite of what is more constantly happening.
I think I kind of turned my practice into art gym,
Yeah.
where
Art gym.
that is my physical activity and the
Okay.
way like I move through and process a lot of things. So I love clay, but my clay practice really sometimes feels like I'm sitting at a table and just like, I'm just getting closer and closer and closer to what I'm working on. Also, my eyes, 45 readers hit real hard at this age. But I think for me, like doing the hair, curtains, and installations was for me to have my body just really move through a space in a different physical way. And I have done like 3 big hair curtains in a short amount of time this year. And then like being 6 months postpartum, my body forgot how to do this. Like I had to really tap back into the muscle memory of this. And then now I have, my left hand hurts really bad. And it's partly from teaching clay, working in clay, and then unbraiding and braiding hair. And physical therapist says, well, you have mom hand, which I was like, what is that? Which is also gamer's hand, but also it's just an overuse of your thumb, but also comes from taking care of a baby now that's like kind of chunky and like heavy to lift up, and like I have to do all these things with my body I haven't done before. And so just thinking about now, I'm like, it's okay that I'm pausing. And then I like felt guilty that I wasn't making work. And then I was like, I pushed out a human this year. I think I'm good for the rest of the year.
I'm glad you recognize that, because that's huge.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. It's great to hear all of your different perspectives on that. I mean, the recognition of, yes, that this is labor. It is a creative labor, but also a physical one, et cetera. So whether you're getting support, whether you're taking, you know, those breaks in the various ways that they look, et cetera. It's just, yeah, I think helpful to hear how other people manage these things so we can be inspired in that way. And also just thinking about the video that you just showed with it's your cousin, right? Like, oh, you got me doing this, you know, I don't know. But yeah, we can also make things in community collaboratively, excuse me. So I'm curious about, you know, each of you have spoken a little bit, you know, whether that be Ehren, you working collaboratively, or, you know, in your social practice with making cups, you know, with folks. You know, Maia, that most of your work is kind of in the public sphere. A lot of times also doing social practice work in some ways, performance, et cetera. I think, you know, Jennifer, even in terms of like your installations and kind of like how you're inviting the viewer to be a part of the work, even in this exhibition, with the invitation to sit down, to lay down. And Bumi, as you were just talking about in terms of your work with, you know, with working with family members and others to support getting it done. How does that extend in terms of like how you're imagining or hoping that your work is received by others, whether that's already a part of your creative practice or not? And do you think that there's an aspect for caring for the viewer in how you create or how you think about presenting the artwork that you're making? I know I keep giving layered questions. It's just that it's hard to ask just one. I can ask the last part again. Yeah. So thinking about how you approach caring for the viewer or the person that you imagine is encountering your work. So whether that be through collaboration or not, and that can be thinking about the viewer in the act or the process of creating, or how you're thinking about caring for the viewer in just the way that you're presenting the work.
What I mean, the ceramic thing, let's see, art is the possibility of love between strangers, right? And I have 500,000 to 1 million years to find a receptive audience for my work, right? And so, I mean, and the idea of a cup is hopefully that there's something to drink and someone to drink it, so that, and the idea that I can put it down and somebody can pick it up in 500 years, that the grandfather of the person isn't born yet, that's exciting to me. But also, like, they have to care for my cups, like, from my hand to your hand to some point 500,000 to 1 million years in the future. There's stuff in a museum, that stuff to me is dead. It's in a box someplace collecting dust. The stuff in people's hands, I don't know that objects have auras or whatever, but I like the idea so much more of, you taking, and sometimes, I never got the picture, but somebody said they gave a cup to a friend and she keeps her teeth in the,
like dentures?
Yeah, like
Okay.
dentures, yeah. No, the teeth she collects. Halloween, yeah, no. Just random teeth. Anyway, so like they care for my work, like that. I met this guy, he was a collector. He only collected work that was like 200 years or older. But he talked about it being a custodian, that, a lot of collectors kind of, man, I own this piece. But he was talking about like he's holding on to the piece for somebody else, and I love that idea. And so I'm like grateful to the audience, the people that pick up the cups, that they resonate, because they are just cups unless they resonate with somebody. And that's on the viewer's end. That's not, it's not gold, it's not inherently valuable. It's just a cup unless it resonates. So, I don't know. What was the question?
I mean, it's how you're caring for the viewer, I would say, for sure.
I always want to make sure I'm making the invisible visible, and like thinking so much of like the silent sisterhood that so many of us are kind of stuck in sometimes. We don't feel like we have power in our voice to speak up or say something. And I really remember when I had my first miscarriage and I told friends, everyone told me they had one. And then I internalized that as, was I not a present friend? Did I not know? Did I not know to ask the right questions? And they were like, no, we just didn't feel like they could talk about it. There was such shame in that. And I think it's easy to let that pain like swallow you up. And I think a lot about growing up with this idea of eating bitterness. You just silently suffer and just keep moving forward. And I just don't want to live that way anymore. So I just really wanted to create these, like especially this installation where there are not enough places where you can nap. And like, it's just enough privacy where you can take a quick 20-minute nap.
Which you did.
I did, while you were doing an interview.
Yep.
I was very quiet. But just to create this moment where you can feel comforted and protected within this space. And like so often of dealing with issues of infertility and really I sit with so many people's stories, and I'm so honored that people share and tell me. I joke that I have an honorary degree in reproductive endocrinology at this point because I can tell you everything about how a woman's body works. But so much of this is, and from my experience, is you're in so many groups of people and we're all hoping for the same thing. We're all experiencing many losses, but the minute a friend is fortunate to become pregnant and then they have a child, they like leave the group forever, and then you feel really lonely. And I would say I can't compare it to many other things, and that they never come back to you in some way. And I just also am in this like cycle of this trying to just make sure that I'm always present for every possibility within this.
Thank you. Any other thoughts in terms of how you're caring for, the people that you imagine are viewing or receiving your work? Not that it's your responsibility. This is just a question,
Yeah, well, I mean, like 6 years ago, I didn't even know anything about True Blue plantation. Like, I only learned about this plantation because my family was planning a family reunion to visit the plantation where my ancestors were enslaved. And that was like the beginning of this kind of exploration of this space. And I'm directly connected to it. And I just learned about it like 6 years ago. So I say that because, you know, I mean, True Blue Plantation even today produces some of the like the strongest and like abundant cotton in North America. You know, this is a land that grew Carolina gold rice. That particular variety of rice is responsible for the wealth of South Carolina, making South Carolina at one point the wealthiest city in the world. Like a lot of times we think of American slavery, we think of cotton, but it was this rice, which is why it's called gold. But I just say that because it's like this land, which probably none of us know outside of the context of like this conversation or my work, is so fundamental to this history of this country, to this world, to this coast. But a lot of us don't know anything about it. Like I remember watching a film or like a clip on Instagram where a lady was saying, we know the Mayflower, but can we name a slave ship? And there were literal like hundreds and thousands of ships that transported us. So for me, one of my intentions with the work, and I build that into like the material, right? I'm not going to Dick Blick for clay. You know, I will journey to the land so that the actual soil is of the land. I will be intentional, like I sometimes embed human hair from Black people across the diaspora. Like I will go to a barbershop or, you know, as a commitment to collecting the hair, or create relationships with people where they trust me to send me hair. But like I do, you know, even how the label is spelt out, like I will name where the soil came from, whose hair is donated. And for me, my hope is that when you look at a name on a label of like Kelsey Jackson, who donated her hair, or read this soil was made from the land of True Blue Plantation or the Kaolin Mines in Edgefield, that you will care maybe a little bit more about this land, and then maybe consequently a little bit more about the people who shaped it, and we could start to like just care more about these histories and these spaces and these groups of people that we often collectively do not center or care about enough to get to know. So like, you know, I try and be intentional in my material choices, the labeling, how I use the materials, in ways so that maybe we would just care about this history a little bit more. And I even, my girlfriend recently shared, like, when you type your name in Google, like True Blue pops up, you know, and she was like, you know, if nothing more, like your work, like your name has brought this history, like kind of more in our kind of collective consciousness, or like, you know, like to the forefront. And it's not that I'm the only one who has been engaging this history, but I think I have realized my power as an artist is that I could give legs to the work that like my cousin Jackie or Benny have been doing for decades on the land. Like I, through conversations like this or a show like that, could give voice and kind of legs to this history that honestly is just like been ignored or not prioritized as important.
Yeah, just kind of buried underneath the dominant narrative.
Literally
Right.
buried.
Yeah, yes, yes. No, but I really appreciate that thinking around like naming the materials in that way and also connecting them with people, because there is something about human connection. That is something that we gravitate towards even, I think, regardless of our differences. Doesn't always work, but I think in a really crude way, I'm thinking about the moment that you stick your head out your car and you're like, hey, I'm a person in here. Can I cut in front of you? And the person's like, oh yeah, of course. Oh, there's a person in there. Of course, go ahead. But I see kind of that analogy, even though that's not the best one, in terms of how you're approaching, the materiality and kind of cluing in the viewer into that. So yeah.
Yeah, because it made me think, like, so many times, like, you'll hear the stories, like, there was a parking lot being built and there were bones found, or,
Too many times in Philly.
there's, like, so often, like, there's these spaces that we just have forgotten because, like, we've become separated from them, or we saw them as less important to, like, care for, protect, and they literally, like you said, go buried, and it happens all the time. So, it's, I think, like, just kind of centering our set of values that, like, these spaces are important and we need to protect them and keep them.
Thank you. I have one more question. Should I stop now? Okay. Time. Okay. I mean, it was very quick. It could be a very quick question. We heard so much about, the kind of art therapy side of things, and the whole precipice kind of from the scientific end of this show is like, do you think clay is inherently healing? Do you think art making is inherently healing? Excuse me. So I'm just thinking, what are your thoughts on that? Like, we didn't actually hear from you all as artists, and that being your perspective or not. Separate from what you've shared about your practice. Do you think yes or no?
Yes, yeah. I
Great.
just kind of staggered into it. It wasn't the evil genius plan, haha. But it saved my life, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably personally have a more neutral understanding of art in relation to healing. I think it can be, and I think it can also be a place of great, angst and pain and isolation, and sometimes, that's the process that precipitates a healing. But I think, like, there's a way that art making, at least for me, taps into certain obsessions, and obsessions can be so great until they're, like, maybe a little too much, and you gotta, like, chill out. And so I think for me, it's really cyclical in the way that, like, the spiritual journey is cyclical. We're always learning and forgetting life lessons, and so it feels more like life, which is like healing, and also there's lots of suffering, and that's just part of a cycle. Yeah.
Balance.
I think art for me is always just a way of processing, and I really believe that the personal is political, and I've really centered my practice as something that no one can ever take away from me. So it is like where I get my power and my strength from. And I think it's also breaking up the stigma that as artists you work alone in your studio, and like it's almost like selfish and isolating, but I think so much of what we do and what we make is like going out into the communities and the people we talk to and are with.
Yeah, sometimes, like, I could be like, art ain't gonna save none of us. Like, I sometimes really feel that. I'm like, like, Jeff Koons' work is not gonna save the world. I know that's an extreme example, but it's like, sometimes I genuinely feel like it's not. And then and I have my own, like, art has saved my life, and I could see how it's made an impact and has, like, been revolutionary in others. But I think the key in, like, can art save and all, is just like, what is the art for? And I've even had to define that in my practice. I'm taking a plantation and it's being purchased by billionaires and millionaires and wealthy collectors and institutions to benefit them or as a form of investment. And it's like what is that for? So I've had to redefine the way I participate in my practice and kind of making sure I have a practice where I am giving back or taking that money from that wealthy collector institution and funneling it back to family members. So I think it's just important that we center what is this for? Because art could be used to divide, as a colonial kind of trophy, to hurt, but it also could be for healing and connecting and all these other great
Acclamation.
So I guess we just have to always, especially as artists, center and keep in our work and consciousness, what is this for?
Thank you. Thank you all. That is it. Appreciate your time. I believe now we're gonna get up out of our seats and get a little stretch and breath with no one other but myself. So let's stand up. I don't think I can do this with a microphone.
Yeah, mine didn't quite. Oh, maybe.
No, I'm gonna be moving. Y'all don't have to. I mean, if you want to be my backup stretchers, please.
Some of the chairs to the front.
Oh yeah, then it's just ready to go. That sounds good. I should be bringing them over there. Okay.
Don't go far. We are literally just going to start our stretch, and then Tricia Hersey is going to be speaking very soon. So please don't go anywhere. Just stay near your chair. I know, it feels like that too.
Okay. Okay, if you would like to move, we're gonna move. But this is optional. And I've never done this with a handheld microphone, so I don't know if it's gonna work. But if you were standing, it'd be great if you could get some space that you can extend your arms out to the sides. You can extend your arms out in front of you. Maybe even make sure there's nothing in front of you. Perhaps we're doing a movement like this that we're gonna do in a moment. So we're just gonna start by taking a little bit of a wider stance, wider than your hips. Soften your knees, and just take some spinal twists. And so if you imagine this microphone isn't in my hand, my other arm might be making contact with my body. So notice, you can maybe have your hands gently massage your lower back, your kidneys, maybe making contact with your upper arms. Maybe you take this movement a little bit faster. Yeah, with the handheld mic, this is so funky. Mic just goes across the room in a second. And then beginning to slow that movement down. Taking your time, coming back through center. Spinal twists are a really great way to regulate your nervous system, as well as some of these other exercises we're gonna do today. The next one I'm gonna move through is called Breath of Joy. And so this one I'm gonna have to show and definitely put the microphone down. Breath of Joy involves taking 3 consecutive inhales through your nose and then a big exhale out to your mouth. So it's gonna correspond with our arms. I'm gonna show you, and then as you get it, join in, okay? I'm gonna put the microphone down. All right, so it's gonna go inhale, 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 exhale. Inhale, 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 exhale. Really think about swinging your arms wide, take up space. And really let it go with that exhale. You're too quiet. Yes. What are you holding on to today? You gotta let go of. Let it go. And you swing your arms even wider. We'll take 3 more rounds. Last one. Letting it go. Bring your hand to your heart, hand to your belly. Notice how you feel. Feel your heart pounding. Feel your blood coursing through your veins. Notice your breath. We're all here right now. We're alive. Sometimes movement just helps remind us of that. And release your hands. Blink your eyes open if you close them. One more thing we'll do standing is a nice side bend. So maybe you bring the inner edges of your feet together, your legs together. As you inhale, reach your arms up overhead, get nice and tall. Grab onto one wrist, doesn't matter, we'll do both sides. And then as you exhale, help that wrist across to take your side bend. So really think about sending your hips in the opposite direction. Stretch out that side. We've been sitting a lot today. Good. Inhale as you come up. Exhale as you take that other side. So much of my yoga class is trying to remember the left and right because I'm mirroring. I love when I can be like, we're doing 2 sides. We'll get it done, y'all. All right, as you inhale, rise up. Shake out your arms. We'll do just a couple more things on our seat. So if you want to have a seat, sit towards the edge of your seat so you can get a nice tall spine, stacking your shoulders over your hips. If you were like me and you took a little tumble off the ramp over there, maybe you need to roll out your ankles. So you can start either crossing your legs how you would, kind of thigh on top of thigh, or maybe like so, just taking some ankle rolls in one direction, switching directions. And then this is also a hip opener, right? So if you have your ankle on your knee, think about gently pressing your knee down towards the ground. Flex your toes, even though in our shoes it kind of is hard, but think about curling your toes towards your knee. We love a hip stretch. Taking deep breaths here, continuing to sit up nice and tall. Good. Taking one more deep breath. And we'll switch sides. Crossing the other leg on top. Again, finding those ankle rolls in one direction. And the other direction. And then maybe coming into that gentle hip stretch again, thinking about neutralizing your ankle by flexing your toes and then just gently pressing your knee down towards the ground. It might immediately turn on a nice deep stretch and breathe into whatever you feel. Our breath is this amazing tool that can help to signal to our brain that it's okay to release, it's okay to relax, we are safe. And you can gently release that. I'll do this also with my microphone, maybe moving around from my mouth. So starting with your hands at heart center, we'll take an inhale to bring arms out to the sides. Really arch your back, squeeze shoulder blades towards one another, maybe even look up. As you exhale, find a rounding of your spine. Shoulder blades separate, maybe chin comes in toward your chest. And taking a few rounds of that following your breath, inhaling to open up. Exhaling as you round. Just getting some movement in your upper, middle back, your thoracic spine. Maybe this movement gets bigger as well as your breath gets deeper. Let these next 2 rounds be your biggest and deepest breaths yet. Last one. All right, again, inhale to just sit up nice and tall. We'll take just one more breathing exercise, an equal parts breathing exercise. So we're going to inhale for a count of 4 and exhale for a count of 4. Again, just to kind of reset things, bring us back to neutral, or yes, exactly, or a regulated nervous system. So go ahead and take a deep breath in for 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. Inhaling, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 4, 3, 2, 1. Taking a deep breath in and out. One more round. And out. All right. Gonna take some shoulder rolls, release all of that. All right, that is it, my friends. That was our stretch and breath. If you are really into some yoga classes, you can find me at Studio 34. That is also another thing that I do. Tuesdays at 6, Thursdays at 5:15. See you in West Philly. And momentarily we'll be joined by the very best, Tricia Hersey, but I don't know if we need a moment before I introduce her. I think I'm gonna give a moment. My pants are also unbuttoned. Too much breath of joy. Should I do it now? Okay. Y'all really get to get rid of me on the stage after this. I have such the great honor, the great pleasure to introduce Tricia Hersey, who, I'm really trying not to fangirl too hard because I have loved Tricia's work for so many years now and have been inspired by all of the amazing work that she's done around rest as a form of resistance and really truly thinking about it as a form of resistance to the capitalist, white supremacist, patriarchal, imperial, country that we're existing in and very much are confronted with on a daily basis. And how powerful rest in its many forms can be to not only allow us to take care of ourselves, but also to take care of each other. Tricia Hersey has over 25 years of experience as a multidisciplinary artist, writer, theologian, and community organizer. Tricia is the visionary and founder of the NAP Ministry, the originator of the Rest as Resistance framework, and creates sacred spaces where the liberatory power of rest can take hold in collaboration with communities all over the world. She's the author of the New York Times bestselling book, Rest as Resistance, a manifesto, and the NAP Ministry's Rest Deck, 50 Practices to Resist Grind Culture. And We Will Rest, the Art of Escape. It is my great pleasure to introduce Tricia Hersey, our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? I'm like you can hear me, okay, good. Let me bring it over a little. Hey, Philadelphia. Hi. Hi, I'm so excited to be here. Okay, what a time. Let me get myself together. clicker. I'm gonna work with this clicker and do a little, there we go. Thank you. So first of all, I am so grateful to be in Philadelphia. It's such a beautiful city. It's very much giving, definitely, is it brotherly love? And sisterly, okay, sisterly what? Sisterly affection. Okay, I like that. That's really cute. I've been having a good time here. And I'm so grateful. It's such a joy to be here. I'm so honored for holding space with me today. I'm so honored to be in community with you all, with all the learners and students and staff and healers and dreamers and the hopeful. So I want you guys to give yourself a round of applause and a hug for coming out. Thank you. Yes, hug. For coming out and being curious about the ways in which rest is a political refusal about capitalism, against it, against white supremacy, patriarchy, ableism, and all the interconnected and toxic systems that are causing us great harm. Deep gratitude to the Clay Studio, to Jennifer. When she emailed me, I ran at the invitation. I was like, yep, I'm coming, put me down. It was a big yes, and that usually doesn't happen with me because I say no to probably 90% of the things asked of me. So for her to reach out and ask me to be a part of this beautiful exhibition, I'm just deeply grateful to be in community with all of the artists. It's been a great invitation to be able to collaborate for the symposium, and thank you for trusting me to bring a word of care to Philadelphia and a word of care to the studio. What a moment in time to come together to celebrate care and rest and hope and deep, deep community and connection. So since 2016, I've been experimenting with the idea, this radical idea of rest being a form of resistance, of rest being a form of reparations, of rest being the foundation for our liberation and our freedom, of rest being a disruption and a pushback against the toxic systems that don't see us as human beings, that don't see us as worthy of care and freedom. So I'm here today and always to say that all the things that we have been taught about our labor and our worth by these systems, by the cranking gears of grind culture, they're simply not true. I'm here to say that they're all lies, that we are enough now, that we are divine, and that we are miracles. Yeah, clap it up for that. Y'all ain't gotta be scared. Like, I'm come out of a Black church tradition. If you feeling it, talk back to me. You know, like that's what it is. So I'm really so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful. People, I've been traveling the world, and people have been asking me, you know, specifically during these times, oh my gosh, what have you been doing to stay grounded? It is a mess. What have you been doing to stay whole? What have you been doing to stay sane? And always, I'm always thinking about the idea of gratefulness. What it means to be grateful. How gratefulness can literally shift things in our brain and our bodies and within us to be deeply grateful. And so what I've been doing as an artist, as a mom, as a daughter, as a citizen, is I've been putting myself into grateful trances. A grateful trance. What does it mean to be grateful? What does it mean to carry and to close your eyes and to somatically let your body go into a trance of deep gratefulness? Because the systems can't have us. And the systems don't want us whole. They don't want us well. And so how can we put ourselves into a deep trance of gratefulness? So I would love to practice with you and show you my practice of gratefulness. And as I'm reading what I am grateful for, these things change every day. Sometimes I can do lists. It'll go on 3, 4 pages, 5. Some days they're real dark and I can just come up with one thing. I'm grateful for orange juice. I mean, that whatever you have, whatever you can hold on and cling to, there's this deep clinging that our bodies and our spirits want to cling to. And so today I wrote my grateful trance this morning, and I was able to get it in some pages in, which I'm so excited about. But as I'm reading this and as I'm lulling you with the sound of my voice, and as you're closing your eyes and you're feeling your body, begin to just whisper to yourself, I'm so grateful for, and then fill in the blank. Maybe there isn't. Maybe you can just say, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for. I'm so grateful for. What are you grateful for? I'm deeply grateful to be here. Just whisper to yourself, I'm grateful for this opportunity, for this moment, for this community, for history, for silence. I'm grateful for my ancestors, for listening, for the Holy Spirit. I'm grateful for singing and dancing. I'm grateful for rest. I'm so grateful for naps. I'm so grateful for community, for the hospitality of Philly, for the sweet grittiness of Philadelphia. I'm so grateful for dignity, for alchemy, for truth, for resurrection, for life, for sleep. I'm grateful for the ability to hold both joy and grief, for sleep. I'm so grateful for memory, for love. I'm grateful for love. What are you grateful for? I'm grateful for possibility, for slowness, for intergenerational connection. I'm grateful for clay. I'm grateful for hand building. What are you grateful for? I'm grateful for wisdom, for family, for children. I'm so grateful for the technology of our bodies, for slowness. I'm grateful for slowing down. I'm grateful for rest being a spiritual practice, for storytelling. I'm grateful for the truth that liberation is for all, if you want it to be. I'm grateful for love, for joy and freedom. I'm grateful for the ways we can transmute grief to rest. I'm grateful for soul care, for community care, for self-care, for self-preservation, for soul preservation. I'm grateful for the brilliance and the power of God. I'm grateful for liberation. I'm grateful for knowing that rest is liberation. I'm grateful for love. What are you grateful for? For water, for the earth. I'm grateful for dirt. I'm so grateful for there is peace in the midst of a storm. I'm grateful for eye contact. I'm so grateful for hugs, for silence, for daydreaming. I'm grateful for dreaming, for freedom dreaming. I'm so grateful for love, for rest, for resting my eyes. I'm grateful for knowing in my soul that another world is possible. I'm grateful for nourishment. I'm grateful for rest. What are you grateful for? I'm grateful for breathing, for resistance, for imagination. I'm grateful for love, for community, for the sky, for children's laughter, for jewelry, for pottery. I'm grateful for love. I'm grateful for rest, for the ability to just be, to know that rest is resistance. I'm grateful for imagination, for deep imagination, to imagine another world, a world centered in justice and liberation. I'm grateful for peace. I'm grateful for knowing peace. I'm grateful for rest. What are you grateful for? Today I want to lecture a little short lecture. I don't like to get too much into the word lecture. I'm just going to be up here talking to the people. But I want to really dig into the idea in love and care as the medicine. Love and care as the medicine. So this community care moment, I want to I always like to do this and stop, take it real slow. Sometimes when I lecture, and sometimes when I go to lecture, they just running through it. It's like, okay, let's slow it down a little, let people process. It's been a long day, and I want to take things very slow, and I want to have a deep community care moment. I want to let you know and tell you if you need to get up to go to the bathroom, if you need water, if you want to go outside for a walk, if you want to get up and move your hips, if you want to, this is your space. And so have you had water today? Have you? Okay. I'm such a water. I'm like, have you had some water? Tea, a moment of silence. Did you stretch? Yes, we did. Thank you. Have you seen the sky? Yes. You seen the sky today? Yes. Have you taken a deep breath today? Can we do another one right now? Let's take a deep breath. Are you comfortable? Can you hear my voice? You can close your eyes. What are you grateful for? You can slow down. Yes, you can just be. You can just be. I'm going to read a little from my newest book. It came out November 2024, We Will Rest, The Art of Escape. It's a fine art book that really looks at the idea of being an escape artist, what it means to be a trickster in a capitalist, patriarchal, ableist, white supremacist country. We are going to have to tap into trickster energy. We will have to escape what the systems want us to be in. And it's not going to be easy. It's going to take deep flexibility, being very subversive. It's going to take community care and connection. But I wanted to read a little. I thought I would die. I thought the exhaustion of capitalism would crush me. Rest saved my life. And anyone in this culture who believes and feels that they are enough right now has begun the escape artist transformation. You've already begun. A brave trickster and master teacher in faith and enoughness in a culture that teaches us that there is never enough. A prophet. To know in the deepest parts of your soul that your birth grants you divinity, rest, and care, and power is a seed in fertile ground. But you don't have to wait until you are fully knowing. You don't have to wait until you have found the light that's already inside of you. It's there. You can come to rest in the path of escape by simply acknowledging that you are exhausted. and that it feels challenging to keep up with the unsustainable pace that capitalism demands. You can just acknowledge it. Raise your hand. This awareness is also a seed in fertile ground. The thing about me and other escape artists before me is this: I'm gonna thrive even when the world is on fire, because my help doesn't come from this wicked world. Be a witness and rejoice in the representation of a Black woman who refuses to overwork. I refuse. Who says no constantly, and who doesn't view busyness as a badge of honor. I want to be a witness to your escape plans. My honor is centered in deep humanity, and I don't need anything else. There is life and rest outside of the constant need to grind and work constantly. Capitalism has a chokehold over our lives right now. But the next second, the next minute, the next hour is ours to refuse to grind, even if it's for a second. We can craft and build temporary spaces of joy and freedom right now. Listen close. It is time to lay down, and it will take deep subversion, dreaming, and community care. Can I hold your hand telepathically? May I lay you down on a bed made of love and orchids? Will you transform and prepare for escape with me? If you don't participate in the heavy lifting that grind culture demands, and things fall apart because of this, let it fall. Trust your body. Trust spirit. Trust community. Trust your divine connection to power. Trust resurrection. Trust the infinite ways that we can rest. So this is a photo of an installation I did in Atlanta outdoors. It was for an organization called Flux Projects. And so what it was is there is a part of land in Atlanta that back in the day used to be a natural spring. It was a natural spring that was so popular. When I was doing the archival research, there were ads in newspapers for people where they were sending water. So if you couldn't come to Atlanta to go sit in the spring, they would send you bottles of water because doctors were saying it was so healing. And so it was this beautiful natural spring, and a train platform ran for the train that brought people from all over the South to come to this natural spring. The land that the natural spring sat on eventually became a amusement park, a park, and this was during deep Jim Crow terrorism. And so, of course, Blacks in Atlanta could not come to dip in the spring to get healing. They couldn't come and go to the park, go to the amusement park. And so we built a bed on top of that train platform. It still stands. There's no train running on it now. It's actually a very fancy, high-end Pond City markets, where you can go and shop at all of the high-end stores. That's what's on the land now. But they've retained that architectural space of this train platform. And so we built a bed on top of it and had Native Atlantans who had possibly their grandmothers, their great-grandmothers were here when this spring was up. We had them sleeping outside for a marathon of 96 hours. And we also had music, a soundtrack of beautiful healing music. And so we just rotated the people to sleep outdoors. And so this is one of the sleepers, the resters. And I wanted people to see a Black body resting. And so it had to be outdoors. And so this is just one of the beautiful images from that. It went all night. It was a labor of love. It took about 90 people to put it together, but I was really grateful for the opportunity to do this installation work. A lot of my work does include installation work, performance art. All of the books and all that stuff came later, all the other stuff, but really the work is really rooted in deep community installation, deep community art and interventions. I want to bring up this idea of freedom dreaming. I've been really, somebody would ask me, what are you really jazzed about right now? It's always going to be, I want to talk about the idea of what it means to freedom dream. And this is from an artist, I love this artist, Ling, a filmmaker and activist, from a book, article in Vogue on how to freedom dream. But I think this is a good question to kind of land the idea of love and care being the medicine, and what it means to dream, and how the slower that we can begin to intentionally rest, to intentionally care for each other, to intentionally slow down, is when we have the opportunity to ask ourselves these questions, to have deep inquiry. I believe that we're rushing so much, we're so urgent, that we're missing so much wisdom that lies inside of the slow spaces. And so Ling, they ask this question. They say, freedom dreaming starts with asking questions, often the same questions, over and over, allowing ourselves to get deeper each time. It comes out of the long tradition of freedom schools. And Ling is focused on these three questions as an organizer, and I love these questions. I've been asking these all over the country for the last maybe 6 years, and we always get a new inquiry, but these are beautiful questions that I like to ask myself when I'm journaling, that you may want to land and have a meditative moment when all of the world and everything in culture is collaborating to be on fire like we see right now, when everything is happening in our world that just seems so dark and unjust, that if we're living in some type of dystopian nightmare, I trust the questions. I trust the ability to dream for myself and to freedom dream. And so these are the questions. There are 3 of them. What does the dominant culture have that we want? What does the dominant culture have that we don't want? And what do we have that we want to keep? And so these days, this person is saying this is the 3rd question that preoccupies them. The 3rd question being, what do we have that we want to keep? As things, all of these rights are being taken from everyone. We're watching pure mayhem happen before. What do we want to keep? What do they want? What is it that they want that is just so obsessively in this hate? What do they want? And I believe that the questions, every single question I can answer with the idea of care, the idea of deep care and connection. The idea of deep, I'm not talking about the care and connection that's online. I love online, being able to get into, virtual world, but I'm talking about the hand-to-hand, eye contact, I can feel your breath on me closeness, I'm talking about the body, the heat. I'm talking about the deep desire and longing that actually can save our lives, that we can save each other. Community care will save us. It is what is happening offline in the deep moments of being with each other. What does another human provide? Deep care and community. And so these are beautiful questions that I always like to bring up when I'm doing any type of lecture or workshop. There's another photo there of this photography durational piece that I'm doing with my friend who's a beautiful photographer, where we're having Black women resting all over Atlanta outside. A lot of my work happens outdoors. A lot of it is deep installation work that happens outdoors for a lot of reasons. to be transparent, one of the main reasons is because as an artist, I couldn't afford to rent studio spaces. It was like, we can just take it outside. You know, let's put it out. This is a free park. I'm all about, you know, things. But the real deep is that I believe that the earth also needs to rest. I believe that the act of just seeing a person resting, laying down, connecting with the earth is deep, deep medicine for us. And so these are photos. There's me in the foreground, in the back, and in the front is my friend Shanti, who I call her, these are the NAP ministers. I'm the bishop, and these are the ministers. They're both, and then in the way back, you can't see her face, is Andrea, and they're both midwives and doulas and beautiful farmers in Atlanta. And so we've been taking this durational dressing and going and sleeping and resting in different spaces all over Atlanta. I have to bring up bell hooks anytime I go out. You will hear about bell hooks. Yeah, that's clapping up for bell, yes, exactly. I know, I feel like I come out of the lineage of her. Without her work, I would not exist. This work would not exist. And so I wanted to share this idea of love as the practice of freedom. I've been reading this article that she wrote called Love as the Practice of Freedom and studying it in community for probably 5 years. I had a school right before the pandemic happened called the Resurrect Rest School, very similar to the Freedom Schools. We will come together, and I wanted people off the phones. I wanted people off these quick, fast memes. Like, everybody's learning on a meme. You know, it's like, you can't learn on a meme. Like, there's some information that comes up, but you're gonna have to do some deep study, and I'm really interested in deep, long study. And so we would bring people together, take phones at the door, and people would sit down and read from actual paper. So radical. Nothing is on a tablet. Like, here's a sheet of paper with bell hooks, and here's a highlighter and a pencil, and let's sit together around a table and study the work that really has grounded the restless resistance work. It would be womanism, Black liberation theology, deep somatics. And so we would really study community organized. We would study different people, Bell Hooks, Audre Lorde, Martin Luther King Jr., James Cone, all of the people who really has helped to ground my work. But this piece in particular, it's about 6 pages. You can find it online for free as a PDF. Just put in Love as a Practice of Freedom, Bell Hooks. It'll come up. But this is one of the notes from it that I really wanted to leave with you guys today as I think about clay as care, and I think about what it means to heal and what it means to actually see healing and care as deep, deep medicine. And so what she says here is just so brilliant. Everything she's ever written is just so on point. She says, to heal our wounded body politic. Now that's a word there. Wounded body politic. We must reaffirm our commitment to a vision of what King referred to. She's speaking about Martin Luther King in his essay, Facing the Challenge of a New Age, as genuine commitment to freedom and justice for all. She says, my heart is uplifted when I read King's essay. I am reminded where true liberation leads us. It leads us beyond resistance to transformation. King tells us that the end is reconciliation. The end is redemption. The end is the creation of the beloved community. The moment. I just love that. I'm just like, if you do a word study, you just think, okay, the moment, how powerful it is to say at that moment that we choose to love. This is so important because sometimes the culture has taught us that things have to be wrapped up into a bow. They have to be perfect. White supremacy culture teaches us about perfectionism, that things need to be rolled out in a particular way, that you got to have done all the things to get it to where it is. But she believes that the moment that we choose to love, we begin to move against domination, against oppression. The moment we choose to love, we begin to move towards freedom, to act in ways that liberate ourselves and each other. That action is the testimony of love as the practice of freedom. It's real quiet. How y'all feel? I feel like, to me, this is the only thing that I can hold on to right now. I have to hold on to the trying. I have to hold on to the attempts. I have to hold on to the movement of, I'm going to try. I'm going to attempt. I'm going to choose to love in the face of everything that is that's happening around us. The moment we choose is when we can begin to move against this domination. So this deep idea of community, choosing together to be like, no, absolutely not. We see what is happening, it is a no. Even in that attempt. I've been watching the women in Chicago, where I'm from, where we have the ICE agents coming there, just out there blowing the whistles and cussing them out, even the cuss out. Like, yes, let them know that, no, we're not going to go for this. Even if they continue, there has to be something on the record in the archives, in our spirit, in our spiritual archives, to know we said no. We attempted to choose love in the face of all these horrendous things happening. I want to talk a little bit and read a little bit more from my first book, Rest is Resistance, a Manifesto. The book that kind of brought it all together, and I'm just so grateful for. It's been 3 years that it's been out, and what a whirlwind my life has been since it came out. But I'm just grateful for the opportunity to have been the conduit in a lot of ways to bring this message out to the world, to just say, no, I'm tired, and absolutely no more. A deep disruption. We're also going to do some little resting our eyes a little bit later, just to give you a little taste of what's coming. I want a little 15-minute, maybe shorter, maybe 10 minutes. This idea of resting our eyes. I talk about this a lot in my book with my grandmother, Ora Caston, from Mississippi, Edwards, Mississippi. She's the muse of this work, and she taught me how to rest. She taught me how to reimagine rest in a way that most people think it has to be a full nap, a full sleep, but she taught me what it means to look at resting as a foundation for her life. Without it, nothing could be possible. This is the conclusion to Rest is Resistance. Go to your beds. I wish we had some yoga mats. I say, go lay down right now. Every time I go out, people are always like, they be mad that I'm just lecturing, like, okay, where's the blankets and the naps? They're so used to me coming and installing yoga nap events and actually getting to lay down. Some people are a little bit upset when I come and it's like, so there's not gonna be a nap. Where's the mat? I don't see a pillow. There's usually pillows when you're around. I'm like, I know, I'm sorry, but we're gonna learn to rest our eyes, which is another way of resting. Go to your couches. Find a hammock. Go into the portal of naps. Go there often. You don't have to wait on permission from the dominant culture. Your body is divine and sovereign. Go to your spaces of joy and rest and freedom. Create them in your imagination. Create them in your communities. Create them in your homes. Create them in your workspaces. Create them in your heart. Daydream collectively. Do all these things with others. We will not heal alone. We will not thrive alone. Communal care is our saving grace. Community care will save us. It is already saving us. We don't desire instant answers, anything quick, because both ignore our complexities as human beings. We must be more human. We want to bathe and soak in our complexities. We want to take our sweet time. We want to tap into the bottomless well of wisdom and surprise that is waiting for us in the portal of naps. Go to the water. Go to the depths of the ocean inside of you. Float there. Rest there. Imagine and dream there. It is game over for the lies of white supremacy and capitalism. We know better. The veils have been lifted, and with each nap we take, we are closer to seeing ourselves for who we truly are. We know that this will not be easy, as the systems will most likely gain more power before they ultimately burn themselves out. We are more than what we have ever been told, and we must continue seeing ourselves in each other, no matter how distorted and exhausted we show up. Take to your beds. Accept all you have ignored and then rest some more. What does your body want? What does your soul need? What are the whispers that have been silenced by the cranking gears of grind culture? What have we missed in our urgency and in our rushing? What have we missed? This is just the beginning, and for this truth, we must be grateful for the awareness. This is a transmission, a manifesto for the rest pilgrimage. Come back to it often. Keep it close. The messages will keep repeating. View this as evidence that you are not alone in your desire to be liberated from grind culture, to be liberated from exhaustion. Our battle cry and our mantra: we will rest. Say it in your hearts. Whisper it aloud. Repeat it as you fall asleep. Tell your neighbor, we will rest. We will rest. We will rest. Maybe we will try our rest moment right now. Let me go back. I want us to just get comfortable, whatever way feels comfortable for you. I see some people taking notes. I love the good studious note takers. Such a good students. I love it. I love when I see people annotating their books, taking notes, putting a little something down that they can remember on their way, studying. But let's take a moment to get into this idea. I've been hosting a thing called a collective daydreaming activation. I just got back from Jackson, Mississippi last week. I was in New York a month before that. I've been traveling a lot. I'm going to Louisville, Kentucky in about 2 weeks. And I've been doing this workshop of a collective daydreaming activation, bringing people together to remember what it feels like to daydream. Who used to daydream when they were a kid and got in trouble for it? Okay, let's do it for, who used to daydream when they were a kid? Yes, exactly. I used to get in trouble for daydreaming. Like my mother remembers telling me, yeah, the teachers would say, Tricia's so smart, she's doing good in class, 4th, 5th grade, but she's always sitting looking out the window. Okay, why did that bother you so much? You know, like if I was getting straight A's and getting good grades and I'm just looking at the birds, I'm looking at the trees, I'm imagining, I'm thinking. I believe creative people in general, but I want to talk about creatives right now and artists, they need time to just daydream, to just be. Children need time to just be and daydream as well. As a person who's raised a young child who's now 18, I remember when he was younger and all the parent groups, I don't know if anybody has landed into that portal yet, any parent groupers, where it was like the moms and it was like they would send out like lists and it was always so much stuff that they had going on. It was like the party bus all the time. It was like, they got this on this day, this on this day, this. I was like, wait a minute, now I'm not finna be driving him all over the world, you know, like one thing maybe, but it was like there needs to be time for young people, for artists, for everyone to just sit and just be. To not have a schedule, to not have the next thing to do, to imagine, to daydream, to slow down. And so the collective daydreaming activation has been where I just bring people together, they can sit down and we can just begin to have a guided meditation around dreaming. I just did a conference in Atlanta on white Christian nationalism. They asked me to come speak at a theology school where I graduated from at Emory. And these were all clergy people who have churches all over the country. And they were like, people keep asking us, you know, what are we going to do to begin to try to fight back against white Christian nationalism? It's urgent. You got to we got to get the answers now. It's in this urgency that white supremacy culture likes to push. And the lady looked at me. She's a pastor in South Carolina. She said, they keep asking us. She said, I don't know. We don't know. And I believe that we don't know in a lot of ways because we haven't sat down and spent the time to imagine what we want. Bell Hooks says if you want to see it, you have to first imagine it. That imagination is one of the greatest tools of those oppressed to begin to see what is the new world that we want. We know what we don't want. We can turn on the TV and see, well, what is the world what would it look like? How will we build that? The world we see right now has been built and created and dreamt up by some toxic white men. And look at what we got. They dreamt this up. They imagined this. They wrote this up. They created this. They implemented this. They led this and built it. But what do we want? We can imagine and dream ourselves free, but we have to spend time and we have to see resting and slowing down and connection as the way to activate and get the downloads. I believe that there's spaces and things that we will never be able to tap into in an exhausted, rushed, conscious state. That we have to be in a sleep state, in a dream state, in a slowed down state to receive the information that will be for our planning, for the execution of what we want to do. When I say we, I mean the ones who want liberation, the ones who want to see justice for everyone, the ones who are anti-fascism, the ones who see these things and are just like, no. What do we want to see? I keep asking people, how do we think we're going to dream up these new ideas for liberation from an exhausted mind and body? And I keep putting the mic in their face, tell me. Tell me. No one there. I don't know. Where is this information going to come from? Is it going to come from an exhausted, burnt out, sleep deprived brain and mind and body? I love the one, you feeling me. You like, no. Yeah, where is it going to come from? Like, where are we going to get this new information? I believe that the dream space is waiting for us. The ideas, the downloads, what my grandmother was doing when she was sitting and resting her eyes every day for 30 minutes to an hour, suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, a refugee of Jim Crow terrorism, left the Deep South to land in Chicago, working 2 jobs, a black woman on the south side of Chicago, poverty all around her, raising 8 children, dozens of grandchildren. But that woman sat every single day and rested her eyes for 30 minutes to an hour on her couch. And I would say, man, what is she doing? As a child, I would be sneaking around. Like, I always was like, is she asleep? Like, should we be hollering? Should we be running in and out the house, cousins? What are we doing? And she would just always, without opening her eyes, I'm not asleep. Every shut I ain't sleep, I'm resting my eyes. I'm listening. She would change that last sentence. She would sometimes say, I'm listening to God. She would sometimes say, I'm listening to the universe. But she would say, I'm listening. What downloads was she receiving? What information was keeping her to be able to go through this world, to be this woman who fought back against so many things, to raise me, to raise her children in a world that didn't even want to see her alive? I'm resting my eyes. I'm listening. So I want us to listen a little bit right now. I want to start the music. Just close our eyes if that feels comfortable. For some people, eyes being closed is not a comforting space, but just get comfortable and breathe. We always want to be breathing. We will rest. Just keep breathing. You can breathe through anything. The doors of the rest moment are open. Won't you come? Keep dreaming. What would your liberation look like? What would it smell like? What could your freedom be like? Just go where your mind wants to go. Keep breathing. Hold on. Hold on. Stay in the dream space. The systems want us exhausted. They want us disconnected. What does your body want? What do we want to keep? Begin to imagine what it would feel like if there was a web of connection. What would it feel like to be cared for? What could it be to exist outside of capitalism? What color is it? What color is it? What would it feel like? Just stay here. I know it can be uncomfortable. Just stay in your body. Your body has information to share with you. Breathe. We have to imagine a new world. What would it look like? What could it be like? Just breathe. Just rest your eyes. I'm resting my eyes. I'm listening. Stay here. You can just be. What would peace feel like? My peace feels like a warm blanket knitted by my grandmother on my shoulders. My peace feels like and looks like a house full of people laughing, unafraid. It looks like everyone being able to eat. Everyone being able to thrive. What does thriving look like? Activate your breathing. Slow down. Slow down. What are the downloads? You want to put your hand over your heart. Think to yourself, I don't belong to these systems. They can't have me. Who do you belong to? To your community, to your family. Who are you in service to? Be in service to love. Choose love. In the choosing, we reject domination. We choose to love. Keep breathing. Keep imagining. Keep resting. I'm so grateful for you experimenting with me. So grateful for you being here. I'm grateful for community. I'm grateful for love. I'm grateful for rest. And I am grateful, Philadelphia. It's been nothing but love and hospitality from the moment I stepped off the airplane. So I'm so grateful for you all, and thank you so much. We will rest.
Tall girl microphone. Thank you so much, Tricia. That was amazing and beautiful and needed, and we are grateful to you. I'm grateful to all of you for being here with us. Anyone who's watching online, we haven't forgotten about you too. It's hard to put into words how filled up I feel by this experience. I look around and I see members of my community from all different aspects, and the Clay Studio is really grateful to every person who makes this the place that it is. So thank you so much. We are going to process, if we want, through to the gallery. There's a Prosecco on the way, if you'd like. Please go experience the rest of the gallery. Lie down on the sofa. There's beautiful pillows that Nicole has made extra special for us. So go enjoy those, and there's some snacks in the other room. So thank you again.